Hello? 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 Oh my god, hello! There we go, it works now. It's just causing me problems. You don't understand the problems that it was causing me. You have no idea. I almost just got myself in so much trouble with Rika. You guys have no clue how much trouble I almost just got into. I had to beg on my hands and knees to the Dordashian command to be able to get them to cancel some stupid idiot dumb thing I just did. I was like, I'll place the order real quick. It'll be amazing. Everyone will be so happy when the food arrives. And by everyone, I mean me and Rika. It'll be the best. But what ended up happening was I placed the order, and then right when I placed the order, I was like, wait, what card's this going on? And I looked at the card, and it was Rika's card. I was like, oh! And I screamed. I was like, DoorDash, please, just change the card. Swap the cards out. Like, we can't do that. I was like, you don't understand. If this doesn't get changed, I will be in trouble and I will be harmed. You don't get it. And they're like, this one time and one time only, we'll give you a full 100% refund of everything, including taxes, to the card. Don't worry, they'll never even know. I was like, thank you so much. And I was like, what do I do? And they're like, just reorder the food, but use the right card. If this ever happens again, you're getting hurt. I was like, okay, I understand. I'll be in pain if it happens again. And then like, see you, have a great day. I was like, thanks, appreciate it. And I ordered the food immediately right afterwards, use the right card. It's like it never even happened, chat. Don't tell her. If you tell her, I will throttle you. You'll be throttled. You don't understand, but the throttling will occur. Zombie, you will be throttled. Can't decide what game to play, Royal. Really, I've been taking advice from Rika and just playing the games that I like. Because I could, man, I got a couple games I've been wanting to play, and there's some new games that came out that look really cool, but I got plenty of games right now that I own that I probably should just be playing on stream. So, I've been playing some of my older games like Grandia 2, which is one of my favorite RPGs. We were playing that yesterday. We're almost done with Disc 1 on that. And then on Friday, we're going to be playing God of War, because I haven't played the new God of War, but I do love the way it looks. So we're going to be playing that. Today we're playing WoW because it's my variety day, and I've been wanting to play hardcore WoW a bunch. I've been like dying to play it. Yeah, see, Royal understands. If you don't want to be throttled, if you want to have a good relationship with the throttler, then you need to understand that snitching on me will only end with you being throttled publicly. No one wants to have that happen. Not even me. I don't like to have to throttle, but I will. I'll throttle. And today what we're going to do is we're going to play Hardcore WoW, but we're going to play Hardcore WoW in the least optimized way possible. We're going to play whatever we play. So whatever we play, whatever class we play, we're going to probably play just a class based on a concept in my brain. And I'll tell you what the concept is based on the class we decide. We're going to decide this a little democratically. That's right. I'm going to give you guys a little bit of a choice. Just a slight one. Very small. In probably just absolutely minuscule input. Don't worry. You will feel like you've had no choice at all, but I'll give you the choice. Don't worry. You'll still be there, even though you might not feel like you have one. And you'll be thankful for it, too. That'll be the best part. You'll thank me for this choice that I'm giving you. We're going to have all the classes available for you guys to pick from, but the characters are all pre-made. I've made them already. None of them have been played yet, so we'll be right from level 1. But I already have a concept for them before you even get to touch them. I'll decide. 100%. Me, not you. And they'll be there for you to pick from. You can kind of see what you get to choose. It'll be great. So, as I'm talking about this, I'm thinking about just jumping right to the screen just so I can show you what we're going to be looking at here. It's going to be kind of wonderful. And I'm going to drop this down to a -5 on desktop. And we're going to go into gaming. All right, guys, here it is. Okay, as you can see, we have throttled. He was throttled. That's why he looks like that. I throttled him. Let me just hit this button here. Pull you guys up on my screen. Okay, Torntusk is... So the ideas here is pretty simple. We have... Stop, Captain. Don't remind me. Throttled is a hunter, but if I play him, he's a melee hunter. I can't use the bow. My bow has to immediately be sold off, along with all the ammo and the, what's it called? The the quiver. I can only melee attack as a hunter, and vanilla WoW melee hunter is that's a little painful, but it's also pretty fun, I think, because you gotta play like you actually don't know what you're doing. It's my favorite part. Then there's a rogue. I've named him Seraphim Lord because that's what my actual live rogue is Seraphim on like a live WoW. I've always played a rogue. I've always played an undead rogue. It's always been called Seraphim Lord. And that's just how it is. He won't be a combat rogue, though, which is the only kind of rogue I ever play as. I'm going to play him as an assassin's rogue, which means I'm going to be banking on poisoning, which is considered in classic WoW to be helpful, a good utility, but not where your damage is. It'll probably be all daggers, backstabbing poison rogue if I were to play him. Torn Tusk is a warrior. Warriors are good in everything they do. They're the premier class when it comes to DPS. Like, if you want to look at the best of anything, best tank, best DPS, it's a warrior. But I want to do a Fury dual-wielding warrior as early as I can and go about doing that forever. Other than that, there's also a paladin. I'm thinking about just doing a rep paladin who... that's it. I just want to do rep paladin. I like rep paladins. They are the definition of stand and hit, but they're stand and hitting with the light. Shaman, I want to do an elemental shaman. I know that they're Garboni until at least level 30 or 40. When you start getting those lower level tiers, which they actually get really good by then, and at that point, enhancement actually starts getting bad. Enhancement gets bad towards the end, and elemental actually gets good towards the end. But people don't ever play elemental because everyone's just like, I like to swing the axe with Wind Fury for crit for the big damage. Then there's druid. I want to be a chicken druid, chicken blast. I'm going to be, go down the balance line and dip a little bit into restoration. Go into restoration so I can go ahead and cast insect swarm. And otherwise I want to go down the line of casting, blasting, and hitting people with my wrath. Light. Light, hear me. That's the name of this guy. Light Hear Me is going to be a dude. He's going to be a priest, but all of his spells, I can only use light spells, no shadow spells. That means I'm smiting and Pillar of Lighting people. That's how I cast all my DPS. He's purely DPS, but he's a DPS only by the light. Arcane Lore is an arcane-only mage. That means I get 2 spells, guys. I get to use Arcane Missile and Arcane Blast. I mean, Arcane, the AoE Arcane build. I think it's Arcane Blast. Arcane Blast! And then Pixie Porter is going to be a warlock. She is basically an all-destruction warlock, which means I don't get to do any of the dots unless it's immolation, and I don't cast Shadow Bolt. I cast the other crap that you get in there. So yeah, I don't even get to do Shadow. I'm like a fire warlock. That's what I'm doing. So those are the options. I'm willing to do any of these guys. But I think that I've been really wanting to play Throngler. I really like the idea of doing a melee hunter, but I feel like that might be... It's slow. That it is truthfully slow. So whatever you guys want me to play. If you have an opinion, voice it now. I see that royalty says rogue. I get that. My own cooking calls. I see you're cooking here. Have a nice day. Either way, after hearing them all, Chicken Blast. Okay, I get it. So there's Chicken Blast vote for that. Anybody else have any kind of choices on this? I'm somewhat willing to hear you guys' opinion on this, though. I am a Horde fan, so who knows? I might do what you say. I might Chicken Blast. Chicken Blaster. I don't know. What's more fun to watch? People blasting or people slapping? I'm kind of wondering that. Yeah. Let's go ahead and... Let's do Chicken Blast. I've actually never played a Night Elf in Classic WoW because I hate the way they look. In that, I just hate them. That's actually the truth. I've always hated Night Elves. I've always been a Horde fan, and with them being so close to my starting zone, so close to Orgrimmar, I always want to destroy them because they're just there. They're just north of me. I want to have them be destroyed. So let's play the race of in WoW that I always want to destroy. Might as well, right?
For 10,000 years.
10,000 years!
Society within the shadowed recesses of Ashenvale Forest. Yet recently, the catastrophic invasion of the
catastrophic.
Burning Legion shattered the tranquility of their ancient civilization. Led by the Archdruid
157. Oh, you're looking through the VOD, aren't you, Captain? You little creature.
The mighty Night Elves rose to challenge the demonic onslaught. Though victorious, the Night Elves were forced to sacrifice their cherished immortality.
Captain's trying to trigger me from my VOD from yesterday. That's when it first appeared. Did it stay there for long?
Immortality. A number of wayward druids conspired to plant a special tree.
Did it pop up whenever I alt-tabbed? That's probably what happened. It was probably whenever I was alt-tabbing to look at something.
Warnings that nature would never bless such a selfish act, the druids planted the great tree Teldrassil off the stormy coasts of northern Kalimdor.
I didn't even know.
Within the twilight boughs of the colossal
I never played Night Elves, so I've actually seen their intro like this.
Took root. However,
I just thought it was the tree that was worth burning.
Consecrated with nature's blessing, and soon fell prey to the corruption of the Burning Legion. Now,
Rip.
The wildlife,
Rip Bozo.
and even the limbs of the great tree itself are tainted by a growing darkness.
Dead forever, never to come back.
Few Night Elves still left in the world.
Dude, I'm one of the few. There's tons of us. I'm one of the few. There's so many of us. I'm one of the few. 50% of the population is Night Elf. I'm one of the few. Okay, here we go. This is Chicken Blast. He's moldy. He's very moldy and mossy. That's why he's green all over the way he is. In Hardcore WoW, if you don't know what Hardcore WoW means, that's basically... What is with that? Okay, hold on. I want to do a quick thing. I think it... When I was messing around with it before, I think... Oh, I'm stupid. I'm letting the resolution play out a little too big, I think. This is going to mess up resolution, isn't it? Yep, let me fix that real quick. I thought that was going to happen when I did that. Whoop. It's like it never happened, chat. Beautiful. Yeah, there we go. Okay, perfect. So, the idea with Hardcore WoW is that basically, if you die, that's it. You're dead. You can never come back. So if you make too much of it, if you get a little too crazy, you get a little too adventurous, boom, bam, wablam-balam. You're going to get suplexed into the earth, dying instantaneously, never to be able to return into this mortal coil. You'll just be a spirit for eternity, walking around in the after. So that sucks. Don't let that happen. We're going to go ahead and change controls real quick. Let's do auto loot, close, return, beautiful. All right, we're in it to win it.
Peace be with you.
The balance of the cheer. So here we are. Greetings, Chicken Blast. I am Conservator Ilithalin. My purpose in Shadowglen is to ensure that the balance of nature is maintained. The spring rains were particularly heavy this year, causing some of the forest beasts to flourish while others suffered. Unfortunately, the Night Saber and Thistleboar populations grew too large. Shadowglen can only produce so much food for the beasts. Journey forth, young druid, and thin the boar and saber populations so that nature's harmony will be preserved. Kill them! Kill them all. Alright, we're going to go down here. We're also going to remove some things that I don't care about. Get blast into the one slot, heal up here. I'll leave that and remove that. Beautiful. We're ready to rock, chat. Let's check our log, make that active. Beautiful. Where are we gonna go? Let's go find these little suckers. I don't play with add-ons when I play Classic. There's like a weird thing about my mind, is that while there's so many good things, so many good add-ons to have, I don't care. Yeah, that's it. I just don't care. I would rather read the quest text and figure out where it wants me to go by just paying attention at all than actually sitting here and letting the game play itself through things like Questy or other stuff that tells you exactly where to go and exactly where to kill and highlights it on your map. I did that song and dance with add-ons back in Burning Crusade. I'm not going to be doing it again because I don't need to do it again. If you need to do it again, I'm sorry for you. I'm just sorry for you. Okay? I really can't help you. No one can. You're broken. Just like the game wants you to be. It desires you to be broken. And you're going to let it win. That's what you're telling me when you start using add-ons. You want the game to win. And I cast Blast! Oh, I'm out. This game is giving you everything you need through most stuff. There are some things that are nice to have, like a damage meter. That's always really nice to have, because damage meters in general, they just let you have an idea how you're performing in relative to other people. Right now, with what I'm going to be doing, meters are my enemy. They'll be my enemy forever, because I'm going to be playing something that's going to not do a lot of damage, probably, by comparison to people like mages. How dare you? How dare you? I didn't ask for your assistance. There we go. Oh, it's a Grell. Not what I'm here for. I'm here to kill some young Night Sabers. Gotta cast that Hinya Blast. If you know, you know. I was watching this one thing, and it made me think, because they had this it's a meme, but it's like can I, you know, where there's the "can I get a hell yeah," right? Well, someone did that, but they took it and put it into like Doom music. It's like, "Can I get a?" It's just like him holding it forever, but it starts to sound like he's saying, "Can I get a?" Yeah. It's stupid, and I love it. There we go. Beautiful. Amazing. One more saber cat. Let's end the beast. We shall end him rightly. Imagine turning into a cat. What a scrub. Alright. Alright, we got that done. Oh, and while we're over here, we might as well pick up this quest that we just found. Isn't that wonderful, Chad? Don't you just love that? Don't you just love finding things? A friend of mine named Ivron usually visits me at the same time every day. The strange thing is that he hasn't been by today at all. He's several hours late, in fact. I admit, I'm a little worried, Chicken Blast. Ivron spends a lot of time over by the cave to the north. I'm sure you know how dangerous it is there. Spiders everywhere. If you happen to go that way, though, will you keep an eye out for him? I will find Ivron for you. After I tell them how good I was at unlifening these cats. Yeah, I think today was a pretty good day. I ended up going out and doing some things, getting some things handled around town. And when I was out about, I decided I'd stop at like the gas station. There's a gas station in town that makes fresh food every single day, and they make pretty decent food. I had their what's it called? They have like a Philly cheesesteak that they just started making, which is actually pretty darn good, and I liked a lot. But I'm sitting there eating that. I got my big old cup of drink that I'm drinking, and I'm just chilling, eating, drinking, relaxing, because they have a nice little like dining table they have a couple dining tables laid out for you to just chill and eat while you're waiting. Usually that's meant for the truckers to wait while their truck gets full, because they can like. A lot of these pumps out there are automated pumping now. Like you can just put the thing in there, set how much you want to pump it to, and once it detects a certain once it detects it's dispensed a certain amount, or the back feed starts happening, where like there's a little sensor inside it that detects when it's fully full all the time, instead of when it's just full from when it's just not detecting the flow of fluid through it. So that little sensor goes off. It's like, oh yeah, you're starting to backflow, and it'll stop it. So I'm gonna go take care of this. The food's here. Sorry, you understand. It's just about that time. We're gonna /dance, and I'll be right back. now I returned. So, chat. What is, if you played WoW, what's your favorite class and race? You gotta have one. Everyone does. What are my missions? Where am I? Balance of Nature, Mighty Saber, Thistlebore. Where I need to go? Speak to in the tree. Okay, I gotta go to this tree. Probably downstairs, you'd assume, right? But yeah, if you've played one, if you played WoW at all, what's your favorite race? What's your favorite class? And yeah, I'll ask more questions as we go. But I'll say that my favorite race has always been undead. I'm a huge undead player. I in fact made it once they started expanding what class combinations you'd have as it went on. I just started making, if it had an option to be an undead, I was just playing that as an undead. Undead mage, undead priest, undead warlock, undead hunter, undead warrior, undead monk. If it was undead, I played it. That's just how it went. You can please, thank you. And that's always been my thing. But my favorite class to play while undead, it's rogue. I just like being a rogue. In fact, if you were alive, if you were mentally capable back in the day, you may have remembered a little what's called TV channel called G4. On G4, they actually had a special. They did 2 interviews with this. They interviewed 2 people who were playing WoW. One of the people they interviewed playing WoW was this warrior. I can't remember what his accolades were, but they also interviewed an Alliance Druid who played on the server Chandris. That Alliance Druid that played on the server Chandris, it was this lady. And they interviewed her because at the time it's like, oh, it's a girl. She's playing video games? She's playing WoW? That's for nerds. Why would a girl play a video game for nerds? And that was like the aesthetic for what they were going for at the time. And anyways, this girl playing on Chandris, she was a very good druid when it came to PvP. Well, I knew her name. I remembered her name very distinctly for some reason. It just stood out to me. Mainly it's because I played on Chandris at the time. I was like, who the hell's that? I've never heard of her. Well, comes along. I'm doing, I'm playing World of Warcraft. It's during, the interview was during, Burning Crusade. Well, come along to freaking to Wrath of the Lich King. Wrath of the Lich comes out. I'm playing Wrath of the Lich King. To the men's show? Yeah. I'm trying to remember that show for a second. And then I remembered. Grab a beer and blood out of... I remember that one. They would sing, and then that one dude who had could open his throat and chug a whole beer. That old guy. Out in the crowd or whatever. Yeah, I loved the men's show when I was younger. Even though, I wasn't a man. I was but a boy. I loved the men's show, though. Anyways, they would, they did these interviews, right? And, well, they interviewed her, and I remembered her name. I was like, oh, okay, she's on my server. That's cool. Anything more of it. That's all. Well, I'm leveling during Wrath of the Lich King, about, let's say, 67 at the time. No, it was 80, I think, Wrath of the Lich King. 80 was Wrath of the Lich King, so I was 80, I was 78. And I'm doing a dungeon in, the Dragonblight. So no, I was already level capped. I was 80, so I was going back to do the heroic version. And I'm doing this New Barak type thing. I think Annie was focused on girls on trampolines. Oh, well, now you know. Oh, yeah, they messed up my food. That's cool. But you know what? They messed up our food in 2 ways. They messed up our food because the order I made was I got the Dirty Dubs tots, which is basically just beef brisket over tater tots with a bunch of other stuff like that, right? And it's really good. I like it. They also have another one, which is chicken instead of beef. And they had their hot sauce and stuff on it too. And I like that one too. But today I wanted the one with beef brisket. Well, they sent me the one with chicken. I'll live, but it's not what I wanted. But I'll live. But they also messed up Rika's order. Because when they got Rika's order, you know what they ended up doing? They ended up giving her twice the amount of chicken. Decline. I'm not here for a duel to the death. I ain't level 10 yet. Maybe a 10. Maybe a 10, my friend. There we go. Now I'm just all confused because I was talking and then he challenged me to a duel to the death. And anyways, so I was watching the show. I was like, oh yeah, okay, whatever. And I'm about to go do this heroic dungeon. Well, I'm outside the dungeon and I'm getting ready to summon people. And one of the other guys is standing next to the stone too. We needed, I think, 3 people to summon the other ones. Well, I'm sitting there. We're waiting for one more person to get there so we can summon the other 2 people for this dungeon. And out of nowhere, this druid comes out and it starts attacking the mage. Just starts deleting him. I was like, oh, snap. Well, I go and I immediately pull out. Immediately go for a gouge to let him get away. And he gets away a little bit. Well, then he cast a frost bolt on him immediately, and this person's like, "Aha, you thought you was cute," and then starts shape-shifting to remove the slow effects and like the other movement and parrying effects, and then changes it back into a cat and goes stealth, and then comes out and starts trying to blow up the mage again because I was stealth again. Well, the moment I tried to come out, it had hit him, build him up to a kidney shot, because there's these like movement and parrying effect reduction things, where like if you take too much movement parrying effects, you start taking less and less of the movement impairment. So I'm going to change it up from a gouge to a kidney shot. So I start hitting him, and then he was waiting for me to come out, because the moment I start hitting him, he turns around and then he roots me. He like transforms, roots me, and then finishes off the mage. And I'm like, oh, hell nah. And then I vanish. I know I sprinted because I had a glyph that allowed me, if I sprinted, I got to break movement pairing. I sprinted, and then I vanished. And then we were starting to have this like stealth duel. We were trying to find one another. And at this point, it was whoever got the other first was probably going to win. Well, because I had the combo points built up on them still. And if I could get out and just get one good hit on him, then I'd be able to kidney shot him and then probably finish him off here pretty quickly afterwards. Well, we do find each other, but they rake me and do a couple other things. So they start putting a lot of bleed on me, and I immediately kidney shot them. And what am I looking for? Where am I? And boop, boop, boop. Okay, good. This Felmoss, Cliff Felmoss, Spring of Tones, where's this at? The Grells have them, don't they? Engage these Grell. Yeah, okay, Grells and Grelkin. We go to the north. Anyways, so I engage this person. We get into this long, drawn-out fight, and it ends up going all the way from the entrance of the dungeon all the way up to the surface, because you're down in a cave, and we're having to constantly avoid these fairly strong, I think they're elites, actually, these fairly strong elites hanging out around the entrance, too. And we're, like, trying to CC them so they're not attacking us, while also trying to get the other person to get engaged with the mobs while fighting each other to see if we can't get that free extra damage. It was a very intense fight. I did end up getting them stuck next to a mob and killing them one time, and then after that they killed me, and then I started looking around and I caught them again and got a kill, and then I tried to camp their body. After which point they stealth sprinted and escaped out of there. But they were a very good PvPer. Like I don't normally end up having fights like that lasted that long. Usually a fight was pretty short-lived. Especially because I'm a rogue, so I'm not used to people being able to live very long against me. I'm used to stunning them to death. So when someone lives for a long time, I'm like, oh, snap. So yeah, those are very good PvP fights. I can see why they had so much accolades. They're very good PvPer. I only won because I was able to get the elites involved in combat once or twice. Otherwise, they were probably going to beat the tar out of me. I don't like fighting against druids in general, just because druids can get away so easily from you. They have so many ways of beating the ever-living bejeebus out of you. It's not even funny. We're going to go ahead and change these settings for audio, because I think the audio is really, really loud. General... So, where is it? Audio. Yeah.
That's low enough. Is it the sound effects? Yeah, we need to bring sound effects down a little bit. Because the clacking of that staff is going to kill me. I need this stuff. I'll save finding your friend for a second. Mighty. There we go. Mangy guys. Let's get rid of these mangy boys. And the Thistlebores. Okay. But yeah, that's always been my favorite combination of races, like the undead and the rogue. My then what's your favorite zone? What's your favorite starting zone? That'd be the other good question. I think my favorite starting zone has to be not Silverpine. I really don't like Silverpine. As much as I love undead, I kind of hate Silverpine. So far Dynasis is cool and all, but I think it's a little too dreary. I'd probably fall asleep if I wasn't streaming in here. It's the same issue I have with the starting zone for Lumbridge. Yeah, I bet you like Lumbridge, Captain. I bet you do. Are you one of those people who draw bad images with your tinderbox and spare wood? You go chop wood so that you can draw bad images on the ground? It's okay. You can tell me. This isn't a judgment-free zone. But, I think Honor, what's called Duratar is probably my favorite. Yeah, I think that's probably my favorite starting area is, the Duratar in the Valley of Honor. That's probably my favorite spot. I just like the vibe. I like the very orange aesthetic. I understand why people like being over on the Alliance human starting area. I've played a human once or twice. I can see why you might like that. And it does have a nice feel. It feels comfy. I just like the desolated feel of the like Duratar. Big fan of that. Big fan of the orange vibe. Come on. Come on. That, or actually, you know what? Probably my favorite actually is probably the starting zone for Taran. I think I like Volgor better. I think Volgor actually might be my favorite. I think that, yeah, no, that's my favorite place. If I had to choose one starting zone for all, if I could put all my people in, it would be Mulgore. I love that place so much. Because it's like you start on this really nice rolling green hills and whatnot, and then it's like, oh man, there are these Thistlebore back here. They've desolated the ground and these huge, massive, thorned roots pulling up out of the ground, and they're so large, they're sucking up all the nutrients out of the soil, so much so that it's turning the ground not just killing off the plants, but turning the ground gray from everything that's pulling out of the earth. I love that stuff. That, I also like the aesthetic of going from there and then going towards the, going to the east to Morrowind. No, going to the east and going down to the Barrens and having that special town of Tarans that are just literally there for when you leave Mulgore. I mean, that's not the only reason why they're there. They also have other quests for people when they're higher level. But I always think that, oh man, these are like my little gateway into the Barrens. So cool. I think it's Camp Taranjo, or not Taranjo, Camp, it's something Eagle. No, it's Taranjo, isn't it? I think it's Taranjo. Is the little village just outside of your starting area. That's like in the Barrens, but not in the Barrens. Eating my food at the same time. Nom nom nom. I remember I used to play WoW when I was a kid on my best friend's computer. Because I didn't have a computer until just before Wrath of the King came out. I just didn't have one. If I wanted to play something, I played at my friend's house. And my friend was A-okay with me playing on his WoW account because I like to do something that he hated doing. I love to level. It's actually one of my favorite things to do in WoW is to level. I love doing quests. I love leveling. I love reading all the lore. Like, dude, I was a little, but a small bean, and I knew all of the going-ons of Outlands. I knew everything that was going on out there, because he never wanted to level his shaman, and I did. I wanted to level a shaman very badly. So like when they'd say over for the night, I was like, we do a bunch of stuff, and then at the end of that, I was like, hey, do you want what's it called? Did you want to you want to level up? I'd ask him like, how's leveling going on your shaman? He's like, oh man, I don't know, I don't really like this Zangamarsh place. It's really gloomy and makes me tired. I was like, oh really? I'll do it. He's not wrong. Zangamarsh will make you fall asleep. I think Zangamarsh. I feel like I was stuck in Zangamarsh for like 6 months, but it was probably just for like 2 weeks that I was stuck there though, because like I'd play and I'd be like, I'm gonna go to bed. It just made me tired all the time whenever I played in Zangamarsh. I always felt super tired, and because of that, I would oh, I didn't need to kill this boar. I would just like only play for a short period of time. That, and I didn't like going up and down on the mushrooms and whatnot to see the different people up there and take the quests and do all that stuff. I think that I didn't really like the layout. I think thematically it was really well laid out. I hated it though. I actually liked the kill collect quests. Because during kill collect quests, I could talk to my friend about everything. I didn't have to focus on anything. I didn't have to do any special tasks. I just had to kill this one thing 1,000,000 times and collect stuff from it. I liked that it didn't drop enough with the right amount of kills. I was A-okay with killing 60 of something so I could get 5 drops. Because during those times, I was talking to my best friend. We were just chit-chatting, talking about school that day, whatever else. I love that stuff. And that's why like quests like this don't bother me. I'm okay with killing like 1,000,000 grells and getting 2 items. Gotta find those dang cats, though. I hope I'm not going too far away from where they spawn. They're just not gonna be over here. Oh no, I can see one. During that time though, I never got to play my favorite class until I made my own account, got my own computer. I was just about level cap right before Wrath Lich came out. So Wrath Lich King came out, and then I finished leveling. Actually, I didn't even finish leveling. I went straight to let me throw something away. I don't like doing this. I'll throw away this belt. And then I'll pick up this belt. And then I'll go. I didn't get to play my own thing because I was almost level capped on when I got my computer, because I went and leveled up all through Classic and then through Burning Crusade, and I was almost level capped right before Wrath of the Lich King came out. Wrath of the Lich King comes out, and you only need to be level 68 to go into Wrath, so I just switched straight over to Wrath. I went on the boat, I left. I was doing my thing. And it was really fun. I got to play, I got to do the landing. I didn't go to Borealis. No, the Borean Tundra. I went to the other one. I went to Howling Fjord. I really like the Howling Fjord. It has a super nice aesthetic. You start from like this grassland, like not grassland, but this what do they call it? It's a specific kind of biome for where there's plenty of pine trees and grass, but it's still very cold. It's called like a taiga? Something like that. Anyways, it's still really cold, but there's still plenty of grass and there's still plenty of pine trees, stuff like that. And then as you move up, you literally move vertically up because you're going up this mountain range. And as you go up it, it starts to get very snowy, and there's like a lot of these ancient crypts that are built to the side of the hills. It was just very cool. I just love the aesthetic of the vertical advancement of the Howling Fjord. And then that's a young one. I need to find the mangy boys. Find one more mangy boy. There are more grells. I need to find more of these dang old grells. I love that feel. I think everybody's absolute favorite place probably is the... Oh man, what's it called? It's one with all the huge tree, and then there's like the fir bogs inside of it, like Furbog City. Oh, what do they call that place? It's called Grizzly Hills. Grizzly Hills is probably the most aesthetically pleasing place outside of the Crystal Forest in Wrath of the Lich King. I think Crystal Forest is the most aesthetic place ever. but it's just below Dalaran. It has like 3 quests in the entire zone, and it's just it's an unfinished zone. I think their issue, the reason why they left it unfinished was originally Dalaran was supposed to be over the Crystal Song Forest, but it ended up being over the Crystal Song Forest. Now, because of that, you have to think about this. You have like every player at some point standing directly over and being considered within the Crystal Song Forest zone. So they're always there. It causes a lot of server load for them all being there. So you really don't want people to be questing right below them in the same zone. So I guess it makes sense that they didn't do much with it, but forever, if I ever wanted to have a place to just chill in between raids, if I didn't want to do anything, if I didn't want to go grind gold, I would go chill down in the Crystal Song Forest. I love that place so much. But Wrath Lich King never gave you, made sure you always had something to do, but without it feeling like, man, I gotta go grind this thing, bro. If I don't grind this thing out, man, I'm gonna be behind it forever. Like where they started doing Borrowed Power, where you always felt like you were falling behind if you weren't on that day doing something, or on every week at least. In Wrath Lich King, you could get all your reps caught up, and you had all your stuff. All you had to really pay attention to was the same things you had to pay attention to in Vanilla. Make sure you had food buffs, make sure you had your other buffs, and that you were good to go, because you needed those things. Otherwise, you were going to be mooching off of the guild bank, which I totally didn't do all the time. I actually remember pretty distinctly, I got the Time Lost Proto Drake on my rogue, but I didn't have the skill to use it. I only had basic flying from Outland. I didn't actually have the ability to fly in Wrath Lich King for almost the entire expansion. When I went to Ulduar, I just had people use the stone outside to pull me up there because I was like, I don't know how to fly. You guys want to buy me flying? No? Okay, then don't talk to me about flying ever again. I would spend all my money on other stuff. Like, I was always buying my potions. I was always buying my food buffs and everything. I was always spending my money on that stuff. And once I had enough money for that, I was like, all right, that's good. I got enough for that and repairs. I don't need anything else. I lived very nicely. I think I ended up getting the Time Lost Proto Drake because he flies over a peak at one point, and if you have a bow, you can just quite reach him, and so I did. I was hanging out and about, and I was running around, and I was doing stuff, and there was a way to get up on top of those hills. And there's like these little teleporters you can get on top of these hills, because it was a zone meant for flying, but I didn't have flying. And there were little ways to get up on top of certain hills. Well, I got up on top of the hill, and I was just chilling there, talking to my friends, because I was waiting for my summon to Ulduar later that night. And I was just chilling up there. I was watching stuff because I'm weird. I like having the aesthetically pleasing view. So I was sitting up there watching stuff, and along comes this weird dragon. I was like, oh, what's this weird dragon? And I shot it, and I was like, what is this thing? And I was asking everybody, like, dude, what is this Proto Drake? What's this Time Lost, bro? And my guild lost their mind, because I'm sitting here tagging and killing the Time Lost Proto Drake, and then I linked it in chat. I was like, dude, look what I just got, guys. This is a cool mount, but I can't learn it. At that point, and if anybody was thinking about giving the money to learn flying, the cold weather flying, they definitely were telling me to go eat a bag of dick at that time, because no one wanted to help me anymore. And if anyone was thinking about helping me, they weren't going to do it now. That's for certain. After I nabbed that. But, you know, that's just how it is. Yeah, that's fine. I now actually have it, and I do show it off every once in a while, because I realize now it's a super rare thing. But, you know, it's just really fun. I had a lot of fun back in WoW back in the day. But WoW very much feels, modern WoW especially, doesn't really respect your time at all. Hardcore doesn't respect your time, but it doesn't respect your time in a different way. Modern WoW doesn't respect your time in that it wants you to always be paying attention to it. It's like a really needy girlfriend. It needs you to be paying attention to it. It needs to be the most important thing in your life. Otherwise, it'll make you know that it's not happy with you. So, yeah, I'm not a fan of a lot of the current design decisions and mechanics of Modern WoW. I know they've done a little bit better, and they've changed up some stuff with Modern WoW, but in general, I'm not one to give MMOs a million chances. And I stopped playing during Shadowlands, because Shadowlands was peak of disrespect. It was peak disrespect, because not only did it not give you any respect for your time. It didn't respect your time, and it expected you to. I gotta kill this thing, or I'm gonna die. Hold on, I gotta pay attention. Not only did it not respect your time, it also made sure that your time was disrespected and you weren't going to be able to raid because it didn't respect your time. Because when it was like, oh yeah, you got to get your second legendary, and it has to be the exact right legendary, and it has to be the exact right slot legendary, and you have to be paying effectively $250,000 gold every single time you want to go ahead and get an upgrade. It's like, I don't have the time to be grinding this garbage. I don't have the time to be begging people for this garbage. I'm just not playing anymore because this is an unbelievable money sink. Like I feel like the game's economy has been so thoroughly blasted by people not wanting. Okay, good. This is to go kill those spiders. But yeah, like the game's economy is so thoroughly messed up by the introduction of all the gold selling, legitimate or otherwise, into the game through either WoW token or people buying and trading gold off of the market. GDKP becoming so popular and gold all rushing to the hands of a couple people who then always seem to get found out for selling gold. That shit is just the reason why I don't like anything that tries to legitimize or give people a reasonable excuse to where they got their millions and billions makes me not want to play that. And Hardcore WoW doesn't really give you that excuse because Hardcore WoW makes it so that if someone does die,
the great
that's it.
outdoors.
It's over for them. So what does that do? That strongly disincentivizes people from buying gold. Because if I buy gold and then I die, I can't trade that gold. That gold is gone. I can't use the trade system because I'm dead. You can't do that when you're dead. You can't use the mailbox when you're dead. So makes the idea of buying trading gold a whole non-issue. Now, I do know there are ways to go around this, because I've already done the thought experiment. What would I do if I was buying and trading gold? I'd have a gold trade alt. Hey! Dextra, you say that, but I actually really liked the movie. I think the movie was cool. I do think that the issues where they strayed was that they tried to appeal this movie to a wider audience. Instead of diving headlong into the lore and just following that lore, because the story of Warcraft up to, I'd say, up to the Burning Crusade, even World of Warcraft itself has a really cool story. Warcraft 3 probably has the premier story, has probably one of the best stories, has the best story arc for the best character that they've ever written ever in the history of Warcraft, which is Arthas Menethil. He has the best story ever written. And I'm so glad he's just basically a carbon copy of one of my favorite comic book characters. But that's for another time. That story's for another time. Eldrick is the guy I'm thinking of, if you guys don't know who I'm talking about. Eldrick, he has the exact same aesthetic. He has white hair, bone-colored skin. He has a spell blade that speaks to him. He was a character that existed well before Arthas, and the guy who did the character art for Arthas, as well as some other stuff, they kind of talk about one of their major... one character that they always liked when they were growing up was Eldrick. They've spoken about this in interviews before. So it's not a reach to say that Eldrick is the basis for Arthas. And The Witcher, that author who wrote the book for The Witcher, he used to, when he first wrote the books, he made mention of Eldrick and that story and how that may have had some influence. He's now gone out of his way to scrub interviews that he mentioned that in. And now if asked, he says he doesn't even know what that story is or anything about it. But yeah, no. Even The Witcher is a perfect example of a heavily lifted character from Eldrick, because even The Witcher's name, the wolf, I think it's the wolf it is, or the white wolf, you might think, oh, it's just the wolf. That's just a common nickname, right? You know what I'm talking about, like the what's it called, the wolf or whatever for The Witcher. That character, that nickname, you might think, oh, it's a pretty common nickname. Come on, that's a common fantasy nickname, right? No, it's not. If you look up mentions of the wolf as a fantasy nickname in media, in like fantasy media and whatnot, the nickname the wolf exists in 3 different stories. 2 of them written after Eldrick. And both of the characters referenced as the wolf look a lot like Eldrick. They that and a bunch of other stuff that happens with The Witcher feels he's like a version of Eldrick is what he ends up being. There's this one guy who did a really deep dive on it. I think he has a pretty good explanation for it all. I really do. He drew a lot of the stuff that I was thinking about when I thought about this stuff, and he put it out into a lot better words. But I think Arthas is probably the best written character ever. He's a character who is good. He is a good character who becomes evil, right? He's a fallen paladin story. But he's a fallen paladin story where you feel like if you were him, that could have been you. He's not much. He very well could. You very well could have been the fallen paladin because you could easily see yourself making the same choices he had to make. And because you could see yourself making those choices, his choices don't seem that strange or really that far out of line. I could easily see myself making the choice to burn down and destroy the populace of Stratholme if put in the exact same position with those exact same facts arrayed in front of me. In that I know something, Uther doesn't know what I know. I know that if these people have eaten this grain, so far we know there's no way to to fix this, and it rapidly transforms them. It's not much of a waiting time. I can't grab these people, quarantine them, and they'll be fine for a while, and I'll be able to figure out a way to cure it. No. If they eat this grain, and not too long after they eat this grain, they are turned into the undead. Now, Wrath the Lich King had this habit, kind of did some historical revisionism, and made Arthas seem very heartless, cold, and evil when he was going through Stratholme. Like, oh, he went to Stratholme, and he fucking murdered these people. He did it with a smile on his face. Like, the way they did that, I hate the Stratholme dungeon in the Caverns of Time from Wrath Lich King. It's a very a historical revisionism view on the events of Warcraft 3. Because Warcraft 3, he goes in there and he does it because it needs to be done. These people are going to turn into monsters. They're going to be way stronger when they're monsters. And when they're monsters, they're going to be able to kill and infect other people. My liking for the undead faction shows how much of an edgy teenager I was when I played Warcraft. Dude, same. Oh god, I'm being attacked. I'm eating food! Oh. It sounded like I was being attacked by another monster. I looked away to eat. I swear I heard another monster run up to me. Okay. Not so bad. There we go. Okay. But yeah, my love for Arthas is that he very much is like up until I can justify it a little bit. It's justifiable a little bit, I'll say. Up until he destroys the boats that were going to take his men back to the mainland. Up until that point, I'd say that he's pretty easily justifiable on all the things he's doing. If you look at his motivations and his viewpoint. As an outside observer, you can say, well, we as an outside observer can see what he's doing is wrong. It's like, yeah, well, I mean, that's like with hindsight 2020. You can see the choices you make are wrong or right based on what you know now versus what you know then. But at the time, he's making the absolute best choices he can make. Destroying Stratholme, if you think about it objectively, is probably the best thing you can do. When it comes to MMOs stuff, I was more of an Adventure Quest Worlds player and a little bit of RuneScape. I was a RuneScape on my cousin's computer. Not RuneScape 2, but RuneScape 1. The one that was like much uglier and Rune was the best armor you could get. I played that a lot. And let me see here. I need to sell stuff. I played that a lot. I also played a bit of RuneScape 2. I had a lot of fun with RuneScape 2. But then that was only when I was at my cousin's house. When I was at my cousin's house, I was playing WoW at my best friend's house. My best friend's house was where I played all the cool games I played when I was a kid. Chrono Trigger, played it. Chrono Cross, played it at his house. God of War, back on the PlayStation 2, played it at his house. Sorry, I was eating. Um, basically, it was a cool game. My friend had it, and he had it on at his house. My friend was very blessed when he was a child, in that he had two parents that made a lot of money, and he could basically get whatever he wanted. This was also a kid who was like a black belt in 4 different martial arts when he was a small boy. Like when this kid was probably, what do you think? I think when he was like 14, he earned his 4th black belt. And that dude would, he wasn't just like, oh, I went there and I got my black belt because I hung around or whatever, bro. He was dedicated to learning martial arts. And it was very good. He would definitely put people in the dirt. He'd punch some dicks into the dirt. This kid was no joke. But, yeah. Let's see, what'd you say? I don't know exactly what age of RuneScape I played back then. All I remember is the tutorial with the dragon. I don't know. I remember the tutorial from 2 vividly, but I don't remember the dragon. I don't know. Let's see here. Help, I can make it. I need shrooms. You can find these growing in trees. Collect them from grells south of here. They seem to have taken liking to them. Also need lilies, which only grow around watery pools. The last ingredient may prove most difficult. I need from the very spiders that poisoned him. I need you to collect webwood ichor. Of course, you need the poison to create the antivenom. Makes sense. Ishnu Allah. Ishnu Allah. Ishnu Allah.
Good luck, friend.
I always think of that one guy. He's that I can't remember his name is. He does a bunch of animations with his Death Knight and his Warlock friend. But I always think of his Night Elf whenever I think of Night Elves. Ishnu Allah, brother, Ishnu Allah. But yeah. I just have a lot of fun with MMOs. They've been a big part of my history. That and JRPGs are a super big part of my history, so there was a whole time span. I don't know if you guys remember this, but there was a time span, and I don't use this word lightly. I really don't like using this word. I don't like using this word to describe people's actions, because I often find that it's you're ascribing malice to people when there is no malice there. It's usually ignorance, and ignorance should not be ascribed as malice to people. So I'm going to say this, know that I mean this, because the people have displayed the fact that they still hold these kinds of thoughts in their head, and they still are willing to stand by these thoughts even many years onwards. So I kind of start thinking it is probably what I'm going to say. So on G4, Attack of the Show. Attack of the Show had a very bad habit of, if there was a new game coming out, it was a JRPG, that game would never, and I mean this, never get anything better than at most, a 6.5. That's all it's ever going to get on the rating. And you might think, oh, well, there's just a lot of bad JRPGs at the time. That wasn't the issue. The issue was not bad JRPGs. The issue was that they were being openly racist towards JRPGs at the time, because JRPGs at the time, they still, to this extent now, had no problem showing off lady parts, like having voluptuous women, pretty girls, like pretty boys, things of that nature being shown on screen, and that being a part of the game, and you being basically a hero saving a girl and stuff like that. They had a view that JRPGs were bad games because they relied on tropes, and that was their entire analysis of the game. Oh, does it rely on a trope? It's a bad game. That was it. That was the one, the beginning and ending for their analysis on whether or not the game was good, was whether or not it relied on tropes at all. If it did, it was a bad game. If it relied on tropes and it was a JRPG, it was a worse game. Why? Because it was made in Japan, and Japanese have a bad view on ladies, and that is all that they cared about. That was their whole entire analysis on a JRPG. And at that time, they were very dismissive. If you were from Japan, if you had they were interviewing from Japan, they were very rude, condescending. An extension of this viewpoint towards them was during a indie games expo. the people from Attack on the Show were on the panel, and then they also had that guy who made Fuzz or Fez or whatever. He was also on there. Well, this guy from Japan was talking about game design, was asking some questions on what they thought about some certain game designs he saw from the indie community, and he was just, he's having a genuine question, some genuine thoughts he had. The guy from Fez turns around and says, he says, I don't know what's wrong with you Japanese people. You guys are like 12 years behind us in game design. Your games are shit. You're shit. I don't really know why you're even here making games. You just quit. And it's like, damn. Damn, you're gonna be blatant about it, aren't you? But yeah, I feel like a lot of the games that I liked a lot of games from that time. There was that one that was on the Xbox or Xbox 360, I think it was. It was the Legend game, I think it was called. It was where you played as a guy who was effectively he was an immortal, and it was just like it was a 4-disc game on the Xbox 360. It's very cool JRPG, very fun. But yeah, basically any JRPGs were called garbage, and if it was Western RPG, it was lauded as the best thing since ever, because this was going to replace JRPGs permanently. It was just so much better than them. Yeah, bleh. I have a lot of negative feelings towards G4 in retrospect. Now, there are some things I really liked about G4. Like, I really liked the show Arena. Arena was a very good show with competitive. It was just a competitive show. You have a competitive shoot. People come there to play Unreal Tournament. People play Quake. There was I got to see what competitive gaming looked like based off of Arena. Arena was that is probably the reason why people even thought of what a competitive game could be was from that show, I think, because that show showed everybody that what competitive gaming could look like how competitive it could be, and how fun it was to watch when you had two really good commentators commenting on the gameplay. Now, I think one of the negatives about Arena probably was that they infused one of my most hated things when it comes to competitive gaming. That is the excessive amount of disrespect and smack talk. This isn't UFC. We aren't out here doing this kind of stuff. You're playing a game with somebody else, and if you're expecting to have a good time, you gotta have a certain amount of respect for the people you're playing with. When your whole goal is to try to make them look bad or talk bad about them, then why are you even playing the game? Was my biggest gripe about Arena, was that at the beginning they shake hands, but then right after they shake hands, it's just endless smack talk. You might say, oh well, it's just part of the game, people are just having fun, right? Well, it's almost like you're trying to play psychological warfare with the other players, because you're talking smack to them. You're getting them all worked up. You're going to put people on tilt. They're not going to play as good as they could play. So if your goal is to make sure they don't play as good as they could play, why are you even playing against them? You need to get your head in the game. And if talking a little smack yourself gets you into that game, that's fine. Maybe I kind of get that, though I don't know of anybody whose entire way of playing hinges on them being able to shit talk the other player. I don't know of anybody like that, and that just sounds like a super toxic way of existing. That's like saying, oh man, I can't really play basketball unless I get to punch the other player in the kidney right before the game starts, dude. Unless I get to punch him in the liver so hard, he's he's over here doubled over in pain and unable to stand up before the game plays, then, I just can't get into the game, It's like, you're just trying to interfere with their ability to play. That's how I've always felt about competitive gaming, is that especially it's become more of a thing with things like Madden and whatnot, where I first saw this phenomenon really becoming prominent in Madden gaming rings, where people are coming in, they're playing Madden, and they're just either in people's face, talking shit, just yelling at them, talking shit in their face, no distance between them and the other player. That kind of stuff, I was like, damn. Dude, this is gonna be a fist fight at this point. Oh, everyone knows it's just a game. No, it doesn't. I've seen this turn into a fist fight. All you're doing is you're trying to start stuff between people. Now, when you have the baby boy who's gonna lose his little mind and get violent because he lost a game, check him right out of there. That person doesn't need to be there. But if you're aggravating somebody and trying to get them mad, and you're getting in their face, and you're yelling, you're cussing, and you're saying all this other crazy stuff, and then you get surprised because someone gets violent. It's like, dude, you're like, you are as close to what violence means without being violent, bro. You're like trying to bring violence to yourself. And when that started getting into fighting games, I stopped watching fighting games so fast when fighting games started getting like that. Dude, that was such a huge turnoff to my viewership when it came to fighting games. I used to love watching them. I've refused to watch them ever since they started getting like that. I was like, nah, ain't my thing. This ain't me, dog. This just ain't me. Nothing's a better end to a game let's call it a game than when two people are fighting, they're really going at it, they're trying their absolute best, and guess what? They end shaking each other's hand, and they say, good game. That's great. That's how it is. I used to be like that when it came to StarCraft. I played StarCraft. It didn't matter how much someone absolutely dogged me. I'd be like, thank you for playing with me. It was a good game. Maybe we can play again. And I would maybe try to challenge them again if I thought I may have stood a chance. And they completely wiped the floor with me in Brood War. I was like, all right, good game. Thanks for playing with me. See ya. And that was that. I just don't understand why everyone thinks being disrespectful to other people who could completely kick your ass in video game or real life is the right way to go about it. I don't know how you guys feel about this. I'm sure other people have different viewpoints. People from different age groups probably think this stuff differently than me as well. I think a little bit of banter is different than shit talk too. Like I'm gonna clarify that too. Being like beating someone and be like, "Oh, whooped his ass," like saying something like that. That's teetering on the brink, but like you're getting pretty close to the edge with saying something like that. So I don't know. I've got like my line is very fuzzy. Cussing doesn't necessarily put you over it, but it's a certain amount of aggression involved in the conversation is what leads you to being too far. Yo, don't kiss the tree. I don't want to kiss a tree, bro. I like the music in WoW. I guess I've figured out now I don't like Darnassus's music at all. I just don't like it. I'm not digging it. I like the music of Duratar better. Just so much better. There's a question I wanted to see. Anyone know when PTR goes live? I wonder. No. We're on the PTR. He's asking when it goes live. Oh, November? This is going to be like this till November? Damn.
Goddess watch over you.
And I wonder how long the PTR lasts.
Good luck, friend.
Oh, shit. Where do I go? I didn't pay attention. I got to bring it back to him so he doesn't die. It's one of these ones. Run it back to him before he dies. I would say something about how toxic behavior and trash talk is hella normalized. It is. I completely agree. I think trash talk is way too normalized. There's no respect for the people you're playing with, or the people you're playing against. It's always self-aggrandizement, like, I'm the best, I'm the best. Okay, yeah. You're good, and you might be the best, but guess what? If no one plays against you, no one cares. You can be the best person at hula hoop, and if no one wants to watch your ass because you're just a rude POS, then guess what? Doesn't matter how good you are. Other people are like, oh, it drives numbers when people think that you hate each other. It's like, okay, cool. I don't want to feed into that. The culture is what you let it be, and the culture is what you make it. So, excuse me why I refuse to participate in this hyper-negative culture. Get him. Yeah, no. Like I said, I think it started with the Madden community, and the Madden community also liked getting fighting games, and that spread into fighting game communities. And I don't know of any community where people aren't like just dropping F-bombs like a psychopath whenever somebody beats them in a game. Like, it's just
watch over you.
a little gross. Need one more Venom sack. You don't have to agree with me either on that. Like, I can understand if people think that there isn't a link. Like, I get that. I disagree with you. I've watched competitive gaming for a long time. I've watched multiple kinds of competitive gaming, not just fighting games. And I've watched the attitude that I see in competitive sports gaming spread from same people who are playing competitive sports start trying to play competitive fighting games, and that kind of I'd say almost like socially infecting the community. Oh yeah. Well, I mean, that's become a thing now too. Yeah, right. So like scores and other stuff like that. Like the most competitive thing, the most cooperative thing you can do. For example, I'd say that's more of a always been there thing, because I think the most competitive thing you can do, the most cooperative thing you can do is raid in World of Warcraft, and you will find the most toxic people when it comes to cooperative things like raiding. In raiding, we have. I have to go back there and kill more of them.
Goodbye.
They're like, oh man, I gotta get the top parts, I gotta get the top damage, because when all you can do is compete by showing how good you are at doing this cooperative thing and how much you contribute towards it, suddenly the expectation is that if you can't contribute. Wait, I did? There it is. If you can't contribute similarly to these other people who are trying to be sweaty, then you're not good enough. And if you're not good enough, then you don't deserve to be able to do the competitive thing that was designed for you to do without being sweaty. Yeah, that's more what I'm thinking of. I'm starting to drift off from competitiveness into meta conversations. And I think Classic WoW is great in that as much as people try to pretend like, oh man, dude, the Ret Paladin CPS is crap, bro. It's absolutely the worst DPS ever, bro. It's so bad. If you play that, I will kick you from the server. I will ban you from WoW. I will report you to my dad who works at Blizzard, and your entire account will be deleted, and all your money will be given to me. Like that kind of mindset that goes on with Metacrap is that Classic WoW is great in that every single one of these raids, I could do every single raid with nothing but paladins. I could do every raid in this game with nothing but paladins. Right up until Nax, when they started leaning a little bit into the meta, when they designed some of the fights. And even then, those fights are still doable with nothing but paladins if I wanted to. I could have all ret DPS. I could have all holy healers. I could have just ret protection paladins. I could do the entire game with paladin only. Oh, paladin. Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, paladin. Yes, the competitive shooter. But yeah, no, I could do all paladins if I wanted to, and you could get through it too pretty easily. You'd have one in every single person's group who's doing damage. Have a sanctity aura. Sanctity aura, if you don't know what that does, is it boosts the holy damage done by everybody in your group, because auras affect everyone in your group. So it increases it by percentage, right? So you have someone who's specialized in doing increased holy damage through his aura, and then everybody else has whatever improved aura they want to have, and they go out there and you do your damage. And this would even allow you could do an all priests, all paladins, like just holy light only, and have people casting smite and pillar of light. And with a sanctity aura, that would be increasing their DPS a lot, actually. So you could go around casting all light spells and being just a raid of light users. I've seen someone do it as all dwarven paladins and priests. It's definitely doable. It's definitely weird to do, but you can definitely do it. Let me see here. Oh, deep inside. It's probably one of my favorite things that I would... Yeah, let's get in there, Boggy. Dang, yes. Sorry. My brain was turned off. I had my hands on the wrong part of the dang keyboard. But yeah, no, there's, I love the idea of playing all classes, because if you get into the nitty-gritty of the game, if you actually know a lot about the game, there's definitely ways to get off classes to perform pretty well. You just gotta know how classes interact with each other, and now with the introduction of how hardcore WoW is going to work, there's to be no limit on debuffs. So this is gonna allow classes that don't normally work to work. So that means like an Affliction Warlock. Affliction Warlocks could never be utilized because all their dots take up a debuff spot. With there only being 16 debuffs available across a raid of 40 people, your dots don't matter, because they don't increase the general DPS of the entire raid, unlike someone else. Which cursor, the hand or the sword? Like, there are best in slots for any. Oh, the hand? Yeah, I love the mailed hand. Even in current WoW, you still have the mailed hand. They've just changed the art a little bit. Oh, Grithus the Vile. What a fool. Let me just clobber this fool. A. Dexter types a capital A into my chat and doesn't follow it up with anything. What a monster. Typing A capital locked at me. Yeah, get him. I'm gonna drink a little manor water so I can get mannered up. This hunter can kill a spider, I believe in it. He jumped down because he knew that he couldn't make it across that gap. He was gonna end like this one, Dark Bite, dead as hell. It resisted my nature spell. I'll club it, and it can't resist my blunt force trauma to its skull. Dead. This is the story of how I kill you, Grizzle! Die, fool. Dude, blunt stick trauma. I'm sticking to this stick, bro. Bro is living... Dude, the dude is living in tunnel vision the game. Come on, shoot the thing already! Let's get the hell out of here. I'm casting Hearthstone. Because I am not a brain bleeder. I know that I can leave. Now, you might be saying to yourself, why'd you leave that guy behind? He may die in that cave, all alone. And you know what I'll say to that? I don't know that, because he might get out alive. And then, there's nothing stopping him from doing it. He could just escape. He could do it. I believe in him. You guys really are suffering from a lack of faith.
Ishno del Diab.
I blame you. He dies.
Bashar Felar.
Got my tunic.
Farewell.
And then I gotta go somewhere. Seek with the top of the address. Okay, Shadowgun. He's like, get up here on top of this little tree. Gotta get to the tippy tap of this little old tree, guys. With my no shoes. I realized I haven't got no shoes, chat. This person here has shoes. Why do they all got shoes and I don't? I feel like I'm being selected against. Blame the spirits of the forest, son. If you die, it's because the spirits of the forest said so. Return you back to that endless wisp form. You can go harvest wood off a tree or something, dude. I don't care.
Peace be with you.
Anything I can do? Thorns. Ooh. Ooh. Thorns
Go
be
in
cool.
peace.
Yeah, the Jordans are fake, that's what I'm saying. Fake ass Jordans. They call them Jodans. Not even Jordans, bruh.
I'm
Jodan,
listening.
Michael Jodan.
May the stars guide you.
Build the crystal file and bring it back. I need to get Moonwell.
Denat.
Okay, let's go fill up a vial from the water of the Moonwell. Yeah, I'm not jumping down there. I probably could make it too. Probably be fine. I'm thinking that you can get down there. Not gonna test it though. This is relaxing. It's very chill, running around, doing flips. Do a flip, he says. Do a flip. Okay. What if you've man? A lot of the questions I want to ask are based off of WoW, but I think my absolute favorite armor set in WoW may actually be the. There's some competitors in my mind right now. I really, really, really like for rogues. Tier 2 is really good. The Bloodfang set, super good. But I like the Geist set. I think it's called the Blight Hood or something from Wrath of the Lich King from ICC. That's probably my actual
I am
favorite
honored.
set in World of Warcraft. I always love the way it looks. You got like this one glowing green eye on your hood, like you're kind of looking out of.
Del Nagas.
Just like this cavernous little sack for a head that you have, and it's got like a green glowing orifice that is effectively what your eye and mouth is. It's a really cool set. I just love the way it looks. The other one that is really, really good, that's not me being biased to Rogue, is the Warrior Tier 14 armor set for PvP. That's super cool. That and the other one is the... I think I really like the one from Black Temple for Warriors. I think it's called like the Juggernaut or whatever. It's super cool. It's got these big plated, reinforced armored shoulders and like a full plate face covering. It just looks really cool. I love the way that one is. For Paladins, it's Judgment. Judgment is always going to be the best set. It's just nothing's more iconic than the Judgment set. For all of WoW, the Judgment set's the best. And they have a guy who did a fan remaster of it. Looks really good. I like that one a lot. This is called a Moonwell. This is basically where they get all their mana from. Little Moonwells. You're getting a little bit of history there in the chat if you know that. Yeah, dude, you go to the public pool, it's full of energy. It's actually extra blue from all the chemicals we have to put into it. It's my favorite. Is there a game from your childhood that you feel is like... that when you think of your childhood, you think of that game? I got like probably 2 or 3 games that are like that for me. Let me see if there's a game that you guys feel that way about. Like, it's like when you think of you being a kid, you think of this video game. That's the question for it. For me, it's the Jurassic Park game on the Sega Genesis. It was just called Jurassic Park. It wasn't any of the other ones. They have a bunch of them on there. It wasn't Crash Bandicoot. Good choice. That's a good one. That's a good one. It wasn't like the Rampage edition or anything. It was just Jurassic Park. You could play as also NASCAR Rumble and Dino Crisis. Dino Crisis is also very good. The Jurassic Park on Sega Genesis, Chrono Trigger on the Super Nintendo, and Twisted Metal. Those are probably the games I think of the most. I was a little Twisted Metal fanatic when I was a kid. Parsifal to and Dalinar. But yeah, no, I was a little fanatic when it came to playing Twisted Metal games. I loved playing as in Twisted Metal 2. I can't remember his name. He was like a doctor or whatever, but he was driving a front loaded scooper, like he had a front loader, like a big construction vehicle, but it was like a front loader, and it would like you could pick up other people's cars with it and slam them over and over and over and over again. And that ended up being my mindset for every car racing game or car fighting game I played after that. It's like I wanted to have a person who could do that. So when I played Vigilante, I think it was Vigilante 8, on the Sega Dreamcast, you had a guy who drove a dump truck, and he could pick up people with the front of his thing and then throw them into the back of his dump truck and start crushing them back there and spit them out the back. I loved those kinds of racers. It was like my favorite racers, or favorite cars to use in any of those kind of car competitors. Always a fan of mine was doing that stuff. Then Chrono Trigger like sparked my love of JRPGs, or did it? I think Shining Force actually was my first introduction to. It is sick. I love that kind of stuff. In the one you did in Twisted Metal, you'd grab them with the front loader, you'd pick up their car and you'd slam their car a bunch, and you'd throw them forward. So what I do is I'd grab them, and if there's the edge of the map, I try to start turning and face the edge of the map. So when I threw them, I could try to maybe toss them off the map. Like that was my way to win, was just to be a mean POS. And I think it was Shining Force that got me into the JRPG aesthetic. But I ended up really playing a lot of Chrono Trigger. I got every single thing for that. I played a ton of Chrono Cross, bro. I played Chrono Cross and I was blue in the face. I played it 3 times. I got 3 playthroughs, 3 new game pluses, so I could get all of the characters, because you can't get all the characters in one pass. I think you have to have it takes like 2 to 3 playthroughs. It's 3 playthroughs, I think, to get all of the characters. At least it's a minimum of 3 characters. I know that now because one of the first character selections you get, that it tells you, hey, you're going to be only able to get some of these guys, not all these guys. Is like in the first real town you get to, and in that town you get to choose between Magus, a rock and roll individual, and I can't remember who they are now. A fisher boy. Because they have different ways of getting to the castle, I think. That's what it was. And my favorite thing is that there's like a whole thing where apparently Magus is supposed to be this timeline's version of Magus. Like, his name isn't called Magus, he's called something else. But he's called Magus because he's supposed to be this timeline's version of Magus from Chrono Trigger. One of his signature move, like his best spell, is the same spell as Magus has, and he also hides his face and everything, so that you can't tell who he is, and all sorts of stuff like that. It's supposed. There's a whole thing about it. I just love those games. Dude, I'm gonna die here, bro. Let's not die. Okay, now let's get out of here. We're almost to the next little spot. Dude, it could happen. You ever seen someone get bit by a brown recluse? Dude, dead. GG, no re. No rematches, bro. You're dead.
Go in peace.
Accept some quests, and I'm gonna try to find this person who wants to give me. I'm trying to turn stuff into. This delivery. That's a quest item. It goes there. Bro! Bro! Dude, don't do it, bro! Where am I going, bro? I've never been here. I've never played a Night Elf ever in my entire life, bro. Where am I going?
Greetings.
The Emerald Dreamcatcher. Okay, that's not what I wanted to do. What about the Twisted Hatred?
Stars
No,
guide
no?
you.
Okay, cool. Dang it! I'm trying to figure out who to turn this into now. I'll read the quest. Let's see. The Call of Earth, bring the partially filled vessel to Korthos and Mood Rage. Korthos, Mood Rage, and Dalinar. We're in Dalinar. Maybe he's inside that other building with a huge overhang. Must be. I still got no shoes. I'm still out here living my life as close to nature as possible. I was told that if you wear shoes, it's bad for your feet. The guy who told me this feet looked like hands, so I'm a little hesitant to believe him.
What
Death by
brings
1,000 spider
you? Be
bites.
careful. Till next we meet.
I want the water.
Be careful. I am honored.
You browse your goods. Let me sell that to you. Thanks.
Goddess. What
See, okay, you see that lamp he has there? That's actually alludes to a cut feature in WoW. In WoW at night, it was actually supposed to be night in caves. It's supposed to be a lot darker. So you're supposed to be able to equip in your offhand or into a special slot, a lantern, so that you could see. They removed that just because, well, I think it's just because the system they were using at the time was this older system. And this older system really couldn't do dynamic lighting very well in a way that looked good. So, we had to realize that this version of WoW is just a modified version of Warcraft 3. I'm not even joking you. Warcraft 3 and World of Warcraft shared the same engine up until, I think, right before Wrath of the Lich King, when they finally did the engine change. Which I think it lasted even after Warcraft 3. I mean, even after Wrath of the Lich King. I think it was like... Was it Cataclysm that changed the engine entirely? They changed it somewhere. But this is just a heavily modified version of Warcraft 3. That's why trees look the way... There's a lot of little things why certain things look the way they do, why they act the way they do. It's because all this is just modified version. There we go. Fog of War in MMORPG would be jump scare the game. Just imagine for a
I'm
second.
listening.
You're carrying a
Go
little
in peace.
lantern with you, and then out of the darkness comes a level 60 on his mount. He then immediately demounts and murders you. What's this? Oh, I have to get to the Starbreeze. That, and also the way they do roaming mobs, man. Actually terrifying. He was getting wiped out left, right, and center. A troubling breeze in Starbreeze Village. Okay. You just reminded me of my experience at Old School RuneScape, where you're walking around out in the wilderness, and then all of a sudden comes along a dude fully kitted with a bunch of swordfish in his pocket, ready to murder you. Got a forest mushroom off him. It was worth it. I plucked it right off his face. It was his nose until it became mine. I'll eat it later. There we go. Eat a little bit. Num num num. That's even worse, Dextra. That's like actually scum. I hate that. You know? I think game bots are probably the most negative thing that has ever been introduced to gaming as a like an invasive feature that's come in from outside forces. Botting of video games is gross. What does a bot ultimately contribute to a game? What contributes to this is an inflated economy, because their only goal is to inject money into the economy one way or the other, whether it be for the sake of being sold to people so they can then go ahead and use it at their own accord, or by artificially trying to keep prices high by buying, selling, trading items in such a way that everybody feels like in order for that the item is now worth this or is worth less because there's so much of it on the thing. Like when there's so much people trying to sell an item, everybody's prices go down. When bots are doing it, the prices go down to whatever bots want it to be. Because all they care about is the gold they get out of it. And once it's not worth their time, they stop doing it. But it permanently scars the pricing landscape. Because as items go up in value, like as more gold enters into the economy, the price of items go up because now they know they can get more money for the items because everyone has more money on hand. So them asking more absurd prices doesn't seem that bad because it's like, oh well, I have plenty of money. It's not that big of a deal. Yeah, it's just annoying. I just hate it. Who's up here? Uh-oh. Narapine and Ursa. And here's another thing too. You got to think about this too. This is super important. So listen to me when I say this. When I say that I hate bots, realize I hate bots for a good reason, and also that bots wouldn't exist in the game if game makers cared enough to actually try to get rid of them, because the bots only get to hang out inside your game that you like to play as long as the people who are looking for bots don't look for ways to actually get rid of them properly. Like, the reason why WoW has so many bots is because you have to pay to play that game, right? So if you actually cared to keep an eye out for it, you'd have a way of getting rid of all those bots pretty easy by just paying attention and banning bots. They'd have to pay someone to do it. So it costs them money to get rid of people who are paying them money. It's against their bottom line to do it. And you might say, oh, well, I mean, that's not what they want to do. They want people to play the game, right? Like, no. They want you to pay to play for the game. It's why that they got in on gold selling. As soon as people could buy and sell game time to each other through and use gold as a medium, they were a-okay with that kind of gold sale. And because of that, they've super laxed up on buying, trading, and selling gold. Like, they can say, oh, look, we banned 95,000 bots today. And if you go to, on any server, on Classic, what's called Wrath of the Lich King, and you go to the Mechanizir, which is in Outlands, out in the Area 52, guess what you're going to find out there? 78 bots entering and exiting the Mechanizir every 5 minutes or so, going to a nearby place, selling all the items to a vendor, making the gold, and then they're all what's it called? Going to be Death Knights because it makes them 58, so they just get to go straight into Mechanizir, and they're strong enough to go through the whole thing alone. And they go back and forth there over and over and over and over and over and over and over again, farming all the money out of it, taking all the money out of it, and then they just keep doing that over and over again on repeat because it's a low effort, low skill thing that they can do with bots that allows them to get the max amount of money back per second. And all a bot needs to do is afford the cost of a subscription. Because all they need to do is be able to afford the cost of subscription, they only have to pay $15. As soon as they make $15 worth of gold back, then bam, that's it. They've made their money back, and now everything's profit. They just need to keep doing that. And as long as they keep doing that, as long as you don't get them before they make that $15 of gold, then guess what? Then they're going to keep doing it. If you were more proactive and you actually had a GM chilling outside watching these bots go in and out like that, and they don't respond to whispers or any interaction in any way, shape, or form, guess what? Then all you need to do is ban them. That's it. You've got the bot. Yeah. It's the same. Yeah, right there you go. It's as soon as money gets involved, suddenly the chance of getting banned goes way down. If you're doing things illegitimate that actually harm it. But then they'll ban people for spitting on someone. They'll ban you if you spit on somebody in the game. They'll ban you if you say a word they don't want you saying. And they'll ban you right away for it too. But they won't ban a bot who's going to be harvesting gold and selling it and selling it and selling it and selling it and selling it. Because, well, he's a paying customer and we want him and his 27 other accounts he's paying for to keep paying for accounts. Every once in a while they'll ban them, but usually it's way past time when they've already made all their money back and they're just operating pure profit. Then they can just turn a little bit of the overhead. They can just charge his overhead. Be like, oh well, you know, this is just the cost of doing business. We have plenty of money that we made off the gold that we sold. Nice. It's reason why I think hardcore will be a good way of preventing a lot of that bot farming, bot gold buying. Just because, well, if you die, there goes all your money. You can't buy and trade what you don't have access to anymore because you're dead. I think in general it's probably lower the cost of a lot of things too. One chance, one opportunity. The one way you could go ahead and, like I said, I was thinking about it before, the one way to get around this would be is that you have another character who's just a bot, I mean just a bank account. And that account, he holds all your bot gold, right? So if you need to buy something, he buys it and he sends it to a character. You don't have any of your gold sitting on your main account. It all sits on your bot account. That way you never lose gold or that you had in your pockets. You just lose the items and all the time you spent. If you wanted to be a gold buyer, that's how you do it. Did you guys see? And I talk about this because did you guys see what happened with the one guy? He spent what was equivalent to $13,000 in WoW tokens, so he could buy a ring from a GDKP. And the amount of gold he spent was equivalent to 13,000 USD in WoW token to be able to buy a ring from the Trials of the Crusader from a GDKP. That's the amount of gold he spent was equivalent to that. There's no proof that he spent that money that way, but the amount of money he spent was obscene. No one was going to have that kind of gold unless they were like a little goblin, little auction house goblin. And auction house goblins aren't raiding too often. They're usually playing the auction house because that's what they enjoy. Yeah. But yeah, the amount of money this guy had was insane. When he got the ring, people did a quick math on it, and they said there's two things he could have done. He either bought it through WoW token, which would have cost $13,000, or he bought it from a private website, which would have cost him $6,000. That's still $6,000, even at the cheapest, from a gold seller website. That's just for a ring. This is why I'm always very against, and I will always be very against, the WoW token. Once they introduced it to Class Wrath of the Lich King, I didn't want to look at that game anymore. Because I could already see what was going to happen. When you attach there's a reason why people started looking at the prices of these items as a cash price value. It's because once you introduce the idea that, oh yeah, if I go ahead and I spend how much money, right? What can I get out of it? How much am I going to get out of it? I have a Chinese player on my website. Oh no. Anyways, how are you going to be able to... Hold on, my brain just scattered. Let me gather back up. Okay, so once you put a WoW token on your server, you do a very specific thing to your to the game. What you end up doing, whether or not your intent is to do this or not, it doesn't matter. What you end up doing every single time is that you end up giving people a reference point, a cash reference point, to monetize every single thing they're doing through this cash reference point. What does that mean? That means that if I go ahead and I say I'm spending... it cost me $15 or $20, and for a token. If I sell that token, it's worth about 3,000, 5,000 gold, right? Okay. That means I now have a cash reference point of that every 4,000 gold I do is worth about, it's about $20 in value. Now, that means that anything I do, if there is a value associated with that item, a cash value associated with that item, or a gold value associated with that item, like if it's an item I want to do for farming, I now have a direct cash reference point in-game to how much that is worth according to the in-game universe, because that cash price fluctuates up and down with how much it's supposed to be, or that gold is actually worth in the current economy, as well as how many of those tokens are available. So I have a floating point reference point for cash value that I can always look at. I can always gauge what I'm doing. Is it worth 20? If this takes me an hour to do, well, that means I have to pay $20 an hour. So I'm doing okay. If this thing takes me 5 hours to do, to make what is effectively $20 in gold, well, hey, I make more than six. No, like more than if it's 4 hours, I'm making more than $5 an hour. So I can just buy the gold through the market, and I save my time. So it always gives you a cash option to pursue if you have the money available to you, and if you don't want to be wasting your time doing something because it takes too long to get too low a return out of. Exactly. If I make enough for what is effectively $20 worth of value through the stones, then I'm doing great, right? But what if it takes me 4 hours to do? Well, now I'm only making $5 an hour playing my game. Well, if in real life when I go to a job, I make, let's say you make $15 an hour. Well, that means as soon as the activity takes you more than 3 hours to do, you could have just spent an hour's worth of time, hour worth of your money, $15, on it, and saved yourself 2 hours of time. Or you could have done, you wouldn't have saved yourself 2 hours of time. You would have saved yourself like an hour and a half of time, just because conversion from 20 to 15 and hours, it doesn't matter. The fact is that you save yourself a lot of time by doing it this way. And if you're saving yourself time, then you're an idiot not to do it, because you only have so many hours a day. You still work a job, so why aren't you just spending the money? If the money is always a valid option, because the game gives it to you as a valid option through the store. That just seems like the smart thing to do. And not only that, you're even helping somebody else out. You know that you're helping them out because you sold them time, so you can feel good. You can feel good about the fact that you bought gold, because not only did you buy gold, you bought gold and you gave somebody else time in-game so they can keep playing and do the thing they want to do, because they're a better farmer than you. Why not buy their gold from them directly as cash? Why not? Why don't you do that? Huh? Why not? That's the insidious nature of WoW Token. Not only does it allow you to buy gold and circumnavigate features of the game, it spikes up the market, so the market is hyperinflated because now everybody can just buy gold. And it makes there always be an equation in the back of your mind. If you're a person who's playing an MMO in any competitive way, you're usually thinking about efficiency of your time versus what you're doing. And if you're worried about efficiency, it's not very efficient to spend 4 hours, $5 an hour, when I could just have saved myself 3 hours and spent $20. It's super like I said, it's super insidious because it damages the entire structure of the entire game. So one thing I hate the most. And that's why it took one of my favorite expansions and made me hate it. Because I loved so much what they were doing with the Wrath of the Lich King expansion. They've, in the classic version of the Wrath of the Lich King expansion, they've done a bunch of really cool things. They've increased the item level of Old War gear to be higher than the Trial of the Crusader gear. Why is that a good thing? Well, I mean, for the hard mode, they've done that. So the hard mode gear, which is very difficult, some of the most difficult fights you can do in Wrath Classic, they've made it be much more expensive. And because it's much more expensive, it's much more valuable. Since it's much more valuable, that allows you to... what am I saying? Expensive? Damn, my brain broke there. It's much more difficult because it's much more difficult. It gives you much better gear now. It gives you some of the best eye level gear you can get, up until ICC, which is the final raid of the expansion, and it should be the most valuable eye level stuff in that raid. But it allows you to do early on, about the halfway point of the expansion, do very difficult content and earn off of it enough that you are to be able to get a good eye level off it, where that will let you coast in those slots up until ICC. Now there's gear from that you cannot get from a hard mode that you would want to go to the next expansion, which is very smart of them. There is some gear that, like the ring, for example, you're not getting a ring from a hard mode. You're getting other stuff from hard modes, like weapons and things like that. So you get to have these really cool weapons and whatnot from the hard modes, but you still need to fill out the rest of those slots and stuff from Trial of the Crusader, so people still have reasons to go to Trial of the Crusader. And so it allows you to have that feeling. Like back in Classic, you could get gear before you entered Raid that was better. Okay, here's a perfect example. There's, I think, it's a pendant or something, or like a neck piece that you can get in Classic WoW that is from one of the raid bosses. I think it's from AQ40. That lasts until, that is still good and is still best in slot into raids in Burning Crusade. It's still better than anything you get in Burning Crusade. Their good example is that, another good example that I saw people doing this because they're sweaty little tryhards, is that they the pre-release for Naxx and Classic has an event where you can get these things called, they're like sharpening stones, but they're Scourge sharpening stones. So what they do is that you have to do this pre-event thing where you get these little stones. You take these stones over to somebody who you have exalted reputation with in the what's called the silver. Oh my God, it's the Paladin Order over in the Eastern Plague Lands. I can't remember them, but they have like the Silver Dawn? No, it's something like that. But anyways, those guys have a stone that you can make with these special event stones. Well, they make it so you do 200 plus attack damage against undead. Very strong, very good to have. This whetstone actually is still good into Burning Crusade, because there are some raids that have undead enemies in it. So if you want to get sweaty, you can get sweaty by buying these, by getting a hold of these stones and hoarding a bunch of these stones for Burning Crusade. Because in Burning Crusade, they're still very effective. I think it's like during the Mount Hyjal one, where you get to Mount Hyjal raid has a bunch of undead enemies in it. Very good in there. And other than that, there's also, what was it? There's the web of spiders. Looking for them. There's just a bunch of items that were from Classic WoW that was still BIS, even into Burning Crusade, because what they did was, instead of saying like, yes, this item is does a flat value. It's like, oh, this item does. A lot of the items that were still missed did percentage value increases, and they didn't have a level cap. So it's like, oh, this one will make you do 50% bonus damage with this. Well, for this percent, yeah, 50% bonus damage or so, right? And it was uncapped. There was no level cap. It was just uncapped. So you just do 15% bonus damage, whatever that 15% bonus damage is. You did it. Come into what's it called? Into Burning Crusade, and it's still this. I think they started level capping items when Wrath came out to kill that, because it's not fun to, or in their mind, they wanted people to go to the new raids and get the new gear, not be using gear from raids like class expansions and whatnot. But they took that idea and they ran with that idea, because by now it's not just they don't want you using items from old raids, from old expansions. They don't want you to use the past raids that an item from 2 raids ago anymore. So like if you do the first raid of an expansion, by the 3rd raid of that expansion, you better not have any items from the first raid, because they're garbage, poo-poo, bad by comparison now. You have to be always fully replacing every single item in every single slot. Endlessly. It's just an endless struggle, chat. You're always struggling. Oh, I did a really good thing today, guys. Not trying to humble brag or anything, but today I went to town and I started talking about this story, but I didn't really talk about the story much. I went to town today and I did a few things around town, just stuff that needed to get done. But when I was in town, I stopped by our local gas station because they have some pretty fresh food, pretty good. They make it daily. A yummy Philly cheesesteak sandwich they made, and a big old cup of drink. I was like, awesome, this is gonna be great. I love this. I sit down at the table, I'm drinking it. This guy comes in. I don't know if he's homeless or not. It didn't really matter. The fact was he came in there and he sat down at another one of the tables. And he got himself a big old drink, but he didn't get it, and he only got with ice on it. And then he also bought a 2-liter. This guy was thinking economical. He bought a 2-liter and he just filled up his own drink. I was like, smart. That's really smart. I should have done that. And anyways, he pours his drink and everything, and then he wants to get something. He has these 2 suitcases with him he carries around. I guess it's just because they're easy to move around. I talked to him a little bit after this, and I guess it's just because they're easy to move around. Made sense to me. Anyways, he's out there and he's moving it around, and he's over there. He's picking it up and trying to put the suitcase on his table. Well, he does, but when he does, the table is uneven, so it kind of wibble wobbles. So he puts it on the table, and when he puts it on the table wobbles, and his drink just tips over and falls off, and it pours 44 ounces of drink all over the floor and table. And the dude just reaches for his head and puts his head in his hands, and it's just like, you can tell this dude is having a bad day. So I go, and I immediately get up, and I start grabbing all these paper towels and stuff, and I start helping him clean it up and whatnot. And he's like, "Oh no, guy, you don't gotta do that. You don't gotta do that." He's like, "No." I looked at him. I was like, "Dude," I said, I didn't say dude, but I said, "Man, your day." I said, "Okay, sorry. My ADD is blowing my brain apart right now." I looked at him. I said, "Let's try to make your day a little bit better instead of letting it get a little worse." That's what I told him. So I kept helping him, and I got some towels, and we wiped it all up. And I asked the person attending the store if I could they had a mop so I could clean that up real quick. And we cleaned it up. And I talked to him a little bit. And he just talks to me a little bit, and then he pulls something out of his box, and I knew what it was once I saw it. But he pulls out a box of Magic the Gathering cards. This old dude, he's got to be like 50, 60. He pulls out Magic Gathering cards. He starts looking through them. And I was like, "You playing Magic?" He was like, "Yeah, I love Magic." I was like, I started talking to him a little bit, told him when I used to play and what my favorite card was and stuff like that. And it was just really, it's really fun. He was looking at a bunch of new cards that he bought. That he was just looking through them, see if he had anything cool in there, anything good. Because he likes playing it, has fun with it. So we just talked a little while. I thought he was having. Hold on. At Lake Alamani, what's this one? Bring Dolinar. Okay, it's the one guy. Yo, lady, give me a tiger too. Oh, you want her to give you a tiger, huh? Well, she's riding her moon saber. That's the one thing that the night elves do get. They get the moon sabers. So my racial mount will be that. What that girl was riding on is what I get. The Sabertooths are pretty cool mounts. I remember everybody on Horde would go into Zul'Gurub, which is a raid a little bit later in this game. Yes, every race has a different mount. So humans get horses, and they get armored horses for their epic mount. Dwarves get rams, and then armored rams. Night elves get moon sabers, and then armored moon sabers. Gnomes get mechanostriders, which are like mechanized ostriches, and then they get like souped up race versions of the mechanized like ostriches later. And then orcs get wargs, and then armored wargs. Trolls get velociraptors, and then armored velociraptors to mount. The Tauren get things called Kodos. Think of like giant plains cows. And then they get armored plains cows. And then they get what is it? Then the undead get skeleton horses because they were humans before they were undead. And then they get armored skeleton horses. What does the Voodoo Claw do? Okay, that's pretty good. Yep, the humans get horses. And that's let's go there. Starbreach Village. I gotta find them back there in Starbreach. Where's this saying? The Druids in Balthil, Barrow Den. Okay. That's not where I want to go yet, because that's underground. Lord Menethus, where's he at? Satyrs are enough embarrassment to us already. This one's much too close. He resides in a neighboring cave called Fell Rock. I'm about to get attacked, aren't I? Nope. Saved. Saved by the Ding Dong Bell. Okay, let's go over here. Road to Nathis doesn't matter. Crown of Earth. So what's this one? Seek out Starbreeze Village. Serves as a great warden to the Highbrain Druids, blah blah blah. But words are now delayed and I grow nervous. Travel east, Starbreeze Village, and bring back report. Okay, where's the dude at? Just gotta look around inside the town, see if we can't find the guy. Maybe he's up here. Or maybe he was up here. Weapons. Yep. Poor dude. Oh, still alive. They become corrupted by fell energy. Ah. That fell moss I was getting from the Grells and the Grelkin? Apparently that's being used to corrupt these guys. Druid scam. Leaf-eating elf. Spit. Yep. And they look like women and they smell like hell, so if you take my strong advice, I keep distant at least 10 feet. Don't worry. Chicken Blast is the worst kind of druid. He's a balance. I'm on hardcore. You can't. There is no PvP unless fully consented to. Through something called a Makara. Let me click this guy. I'll show you. Duel to the death is the new option in hardcore. I can choose to duel someone to the death and challenge them to Makara. Oh no! Things about to get bad. Time to get skedoodling before I get doodled to death, kids. I wonder if I can... Oh, I was going to turn and bop him. Because if I could keep smacking him, I could get him far enough away from the other dude. Dude, Boggy did survive, bro. I can't believe he survived. I was hoping that his death would be assured. But I gotta leave here anyway. Can't believe this is happening to me right now, Chad. Being chased by a cat. Can't believe Boggy dared survive. I left him to die on purpose. Just keep running. Just keep running, chat. I don't understand. I don't have shoes yet. Without shoes, what am I? That's right, shoeless. I keep forgetting to do something every time I'm down. Keep forgetting to see how to get skinning. Because I want skinning on this druid. So I can make the special spell armor. Later on. I think it's called the tribal path. There's like a special path you can go down with leatherworking later on. It's like a leatherworking specialization that allows you to make armor that's going to be really good for a druid, especially for a balanced druid. Get out of here, Memnon. Alright, chat. I'm stepping into town. I'm turning on looped music. I'm talking to this lady again.
Goddess bless you. Goddess
Seek
watch
redemption.
over you. Illume light your way. What brings you here?
They both have the spell? Did they both have that spell?
I am honored.
Yeah, they both did.
May the stars
Interesting.
guide you.
That's rare to have multiple characters offer the same quest.
Goodbye.
Alrighty, guys. I'm turning on loop music. I'm going to go to BRB. I'm going to be right back. I have to go grab a drink. Stay there, or be square, forever. Alrighty, now we're back. Let's get back into it. Turn off loot music. Okay, now where are we going? Click on the map. That's straight ahead. Whoa, big hiccup. I'm not gonna. Whoever just said that to me, I'm not gonna die. Whoever that was, how dare you? Huh. Anything? Okay. Bring the package of rare earth to Delana at Lake Amatha. Let's see where it's at. Along the eastern edge of the lake. Okay. Let's head this way. Along the eastern edge of the lake. More timberlings. I was brain blasted. I forgot to go and talk about training how to do skinning. I'm going to do that now. Funny. I'm going to come up here. I'm going to ask, hey, how do you skinning? It's like, you need to go to Darnassus. Hey, you got to go over here to Darnassus. We don't know how to skin animals out here. What do you think we are? Country folk?
Hello.
Profession, trainer. Skinning, trainer.
Be careful.
Yeah, way up there. Okay. Well, let's go real quick. Let's grab skinning. Why don't we? Get it out of the way. Might be able to actually make some shoes. Now, see, that's what the night elves get to have. And you get options, too. You get like a few different options when you pick pick your mounts too. You usually get like 3 color options. Bum bum ba da bum. Dead. Bro, he's getting his brand new 1-2 buckle my shoe. What? Bro's gonna get his brand new 1-2 buckle my shoes. True. I'm gonna make my brand new buckle my shoes, okay? Make them by hand. So, I have a bad habit of looking at things, probably because I am like a netizen from the 1.0 era of the internet. What? What pig elf? That's nice. That is like, that sounds like something an Alliance player would say. Alliance well known for stirring up horrifically bad misinformation. Terrible propaganda against the Horde. Well known. Imagine dying and being like, I'll live inside this tree as a light. But no, you don't. You're not even here to challenge you, Damakara. How dare you even utter the phrase? You like totally dishonor yourself, bro. 1v1 me. 1v1 me, I dare you. Yeah, like imagine like, oh dude, I'll haunt a tree as a nightlight. Like this right here is a wisp inside that. And someone's spirit was like, yeah, I'll spend the rest of my days living inside of a tree as a spirit. Pretty dope, don't you think?
Be careful.
Yeah, if you bring a warrior, I will bleed. That is right up until I learn how to use tangling roots, and then I'll just laugh and laugh and laugh. I'll wrap your little feetsies up with entangling roots, and then I'll be like, a moonblast! Wrath, 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 wrath! Better have your pots on hand. You're gonna need them. I know the way of the druid, as having suffered them myself. Roots tangle feet in place, and rapid spell spam withers your life away. Being able to change forms allows them to escape any movement-impairing effects placed before them. And the ability to heal after running away as a cat is most frustrating. There, I have my 2 most important skills. Note to self, roll a gnome. Tiny, harder to hit, small hitbox. Also, escape artist. Let's see here. There we go. There we go. Dude, this, like, I actually dislike, I dislike when people are, pretend like they're talking smack to somebody who will never hear them. Like what this guy is doing right now. Where he's like, man, if only the horde could read. Lo, 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 lo. So annoying. There we go. That's my survival button. That's my racial stealth. Alright, there you go. We're gonna make all that armor for ourselves soon enough. I just gotta be able to buy a skinning knife. Please, General Seller. No, I need a person who sells general items. None of these guys are gonna help me, are they? That's a bowyer. A bower. Clothier.
Feel
You don't
free
have
to
what I
browse.
want. No,
Good
no,
luck.
you don't. Dude. Dude, please. That guy's getting hit by a frickin' an owl. There has to be a general supply seller in this town. Bro. Bro! Bro, please, bro!
Vishnu Allah.
I need a skinning knife, bro, please! Don't do me like this, bro. Bro, hashtag bro, please. I'm screaming. I'll make a bug report. There's no general seller in this town. It's a bug. That's first aid. That's priest. That's food and drink, maybe?
How may I help?
Nah, never so lucky.
Goddess watch over you.
First aid's always important to have. Just walks away, doesn't get that, doesn't get first aid at all. Trade supplier, found him!
Assist you.
Oh, now we're in it. Now we're surviving, chat. People thought we would never make it this far. What do they say now? Okay. The road to Donassus. Okay, let's see here. Dreamcatcher. Yep, we have to go down south to this edge of the lake and see what they're up to. Ah, yes, shoeless out here in the wild. What a life to live. Just being hashtag shoeless, you know, like all my friends do. Bro, he's dead, but he's skinnable. I try again. Yeah, I expect to get ruined scraps because I had to try skinning something twice. You really only get a one chance to skin something IRL. You do it twice and you're just ruining it. Come on. There's his little camp. That is a huge dock for a tiny lake. They really should have scaled that down a bunch. If I was an herbalist, I could pick their bodies. Maybe. These ones don't look like they're pickable. But that's a huge dock for a tiny, tiny lake. Well, okay, maybe that lake goes on farther than I thought. Still small.
How may I help?
Where did he run off to?
Till next we meet. Can I assist you? Ishnu Allah.
Ishnu Allah. Ishnu Allah.
I am honored.
Yes. Yes.
Greetings.
Refer to me as my
I will
name
light your
demands.
Hello.
I am.
Till next we meet.
I am
am
the
honored.
chicken
May the
blaster.
stars guide you. Good luck, friend.
These Timberlings have it coming. You know. I know. It's known. You wish pickpocketing were a profession and not a rogue skill? I get that a little bit. Now, you only pickpocket from somebody who doesn't know you're there, though. So, why would my rogue be able to pickpocket? I mean, my warrior be able to pickpocket somebody? They'd have to know I wasn't there. I'm not, like, reaching in their pocket in the middle of a fight and ripping out all their goods. Too dangerous. No, stealth does in fact exist IRL. You would be confused and mistaken if you thought it didn't exist IRL. Times that you only get from pickpocketing? No, no. Delicate, valuable little items that only can be gotten through pickpocketing that sounds fair. I mean, if you want the expansion that doubled down on unique items that can only be gotten through pickpocketing, that was all of Legion and all of Warlords of Draenor had literally buku tons of items that you would never see unless you pickpocketed them. And plus, I think that's A-okay. I think it's A-okay that certain races get to see, certain classes get to see things that other classes never get to see. Like, you never get to see, there are like entire quests that got introduced later on that were only for warlocks to do. Like the Green Fellfire quest that they got later on, which allowed them to unlock Fell Flames versus regular Red Fire, was something super cool and hella unique only that they get to do. So, rogues being able to pickpocket, and them seeing items that nobody else can see, I think is also very fair. Now, if the complaint was more that them being able to have an income line, what lore thing upsets me greatly? I think the only thing lore-wise that I've ever gotten upset about was when people did historical revisionism on lore. Like when people look, when the people who make the game look at lore that they've established and say, nah, not really though. That's not really what we wanted. We actually meant this instead. So they'll take a bunch of pre-existing lore and they'll just retcon it because it's not convenient for them. So a good example of this is the change to Garrosh's story. So Garrosh comes about in Burning Crusade. He's kind of like he's a very depressed, dishonored orc whose father is seen as like the thing that led them all to be corrupted, because it was his father, what's it called, Grom Hellscream, that convinced the other orcs to drink the demon blood and become corrupted, right? And after that, he ends up joining with Thrall when they were giving everybody their artifacts. I was unfathomably angry, legitimately fuming and upset about what? Which one was it that made you mad? Was it the Ashbringer? when everybody had an Ashbringer. The blade that was forged from a fallen star. Ha! You wanted a Frostborn. Frostborn was broken in half so that he gave you dual wielding. The blades of the fallen prince. I loved when you got the hidden version of that in Legion. When you got the hidden appearance of that, like Arthas would actually show up in random areas of the world as like a phantom. The phantoms of Arthas that showed up were some of the coolest thing ever. I think, but anyways, like I was saying, like, they took Garrosh, and they made him this character who grew from a person who was depressed about his own history, and his own, who he was and his father, and he hated everything about himself and that, because of all the dishonor that they brought upon him, to this person. How would you like it, huh? Stinky fucking paladin breaks your Ashbringer in half. Here's your 2 fucking holy rapiers. I mean, I know of a couple paladins who might be okay with dual wielding. Plus, that's a warrior thing. Get over it. That's what's his name, Talaran or whatever it was. The thing that what's his name carried. The king of the alliance. What's his face? Varian. Varian's sword. That was the one that got to be dual wieldy. If only that was what they got to dual wield. Instead, you got this stupid Odin blade. But I guess it makes sense that you didn't get it since Anduin got it because it was his father's keepsake and blah blah blah. But yeah, like Thrall's like Garrosh is like this character who hates everything about himself, and then over time he gets taught about the Horde and actually what his father was able to do. He saved Thrall. He saved the Horde. He saved all the orcs in Azeroth and everything from being corrupted, and so he starts getting this like burgeoning love for his own father, and like starts feeling like maybe he's not condemned eternally to be this dishonorable creature and all sort of stuff like that. And he ends up learning about leadership through Thrall, as well as politics and whatnot. And he does have some preconceived notions about that, but he has learned some of that. And then when you go to Stone Talon Mountains in the Cataclysm, you join like somebody who's underneath him, and this person underneath him is like war-hungry, crazy murderer, and he ends up killing all the druids out in Stone Ridge, or at Red Ridge Mountains, and not Red Ridge, but in the Stone Talon Mountains. And when he does that, Garrosh comes there personally to discipline him for it, because that is something that was unacceptable. These people weren't a part of the war. Why did you attack them? Why would you do this? They're a third party. They're not involved with our conflict with the Alliance. So he grabs him, chokes him, and then throws him off a cliff. And he says that this is right here is what will happen to anybody who goes about doing this. So what they were turning Garrosh into during this time was he was turning him into something called the Warrior King. The Warrior King is an archetype that you'll see in a lot of media, but the Warrior King was what Garrosh was being aimed towards. He was effectively being a horde counterbalance to what Varian was. Varian was a warrior king when he first came back from having his soul split and all that other stuff. Once his soul was combined back to one and he became who we know, he ended up becoming the Warrior King. And the Warrior King is very much a classic archetype. And they then decided, wait, no, forget about that. Actually, Giga Hitler. And I was never more angry in my life. For real, I think the only thing good about the warrior weapons was the Mage Tower, like protection warrior weapon, where you got a fucking flail. That shit was sick. I think the rogues had some decent weapons. for their artifact weapons. I think I also hated Legion for what it did to combat. Combat was my favorite spec. I loved it. No matter, even when Assassin or Sub did better DPS, I stayed combat. I was always a combat boy. And then they dared to force me to roll dice to get buffs that if I didn't have at least 3 out of the 6 of the buffs at any one time, my DPS was so substandard that you might as well have kicked me at that very moment. They force you to roll dice, says the D&D player. Unironic. Okay. The difference is that they force you to roll 6 dice, and if what's it called? If at least 3 of those 6 dice don't roll 6, then I might as well still not play for the next 20 seconds. I think Roll the Bones is the most cancerous like class mechanic they ever have added to the entirety of WoW. And the sooner it doesn't exist, the sooner I start playing Modern WoW again. Because I have played other classes. I have played as a warrior. I have played as a warlock. I have played as a demon hunter. And I always come back. Even though I've rated under all of those things, I always come back to my rogue. I always want to play combat. But Outlaw is an abomination when it comes down to the mechanics and systems it's forced to work around. It's not fun rolling dice that I could roll badly on by chance, and then my really good DPS becomes really substandard really fast because of it. Azerite powers were cool. Azerite power ended up suffering from the fact that they had no clue how to balance any of it, and they had no desire to balance any of it, so they gave up. Yeah, it's like I could be anywhere from top percentile to bottom percentile based on what buffs I roll. For a little while there, they gave you the option to make it so that your slice and dice buff had some other kind of effect on top of slice and dice, and you could choose that as a talent. And if you chose that, you would let you get rid of Roll the Bones. And while your average DPS was, I think, like 3% less, it was better than if you were choosing to play Roll the Bones and you only got 1 buff. You only got 1 to 2 buffs. Picking the other the other ability to where you could roll the bones, where you could just use slice and dice and ignore roll the bones because they're no longer a mechanic of your class, that was better DPS than if you got 1 or 2 buffs with slice and dice with roll the bones. So I chose the one thing I could have control over, and that was keeping slice and dice up all the time, and then just using the rest of the game as normal. And then they removed that. They removed that option. And then they forced you to use slice and dice because a lot of people were choosing not to play with roll the bones. And they were like, well, we made the mechanics, so you better fucking play with it. Twilight Devastation. I too like making sure other people can't play the game anymore. Come on, Wrath. It was so good for your ego, huh? I did get Bleeding Edge at the very end of Battle for Azeroth, and I got the Twilight Drake. Or the what is it, like the Twilight Touch Drake or whatever it was, the Shadow Drake. I got the Cutting Edge for the Antorus raid. The end expansion raid. Yeah, ahead of the curve. That's what I meant to say. No, I thought it was Cutting Edge was for Mythic. Yeah, Mythic. That's right. It was Mythic. You almost made me only admit to Heroicing. I was Mythicing it. And I got the Mythic, what's it called? Mount. From Battle for Azeroth. The raids were really good in Battle for Azeroth. That's what it was. It was just really good.
Can I assist you?
I as a raider, I liked the raids. It's everything else I had to do that I hated.
Good luck, friend. Till next we meet.
Yeah.
Ishnu Allah.
It wasn't the tentacle. I got the other one, the dragon.
How may I help? Be careful.
I can't accept the quest because I don't have the room for it. Well, I have mage royals here. Get rid of these things.
Greetings. May the stars guide you.
All right, there we go. Wait, what? No, am I getting brained right now? Like, what is even happening? I'd have to look at my Chivos. I'm almost certain. I know I did. Listen, I know I did the mythic one. I'll just say that. I did the mythic one. I did the mythic one. I know I did the mythic one. I just know that I liked the dragon. I also had the dragon. But I did the mythic one. There we go. Hold on. I'm looking it up right now. I know I got the dragon. Come on. Oh, I'm brain blasted. Let me see here. Oh, come on. Failed attempt. EFA. Let me just look this up real quick. Yeah, no, I did the mythic one, and it could lose. I knew I was right. You got the spawn of Belinoxa as a heroic or mythic difficulty drop. Yeah, I got it when I was on mythic. You were confusing me. Yeah, I was AOTC Raider. Or Cutting Edge. I couldn't remember. I'd have to actually look. Cutting Edge is, it sucks. Doing Cutting Edge anything sucks. I went to try to do Cutting Edge again, because I know when, what's it called? When Shadowlands came out, I tried to do Cutting Edge, and I hated myself, and I didn't do it anymore. Because, as difficult as things were for Mythic rating in Battle for Azeroth, some of the mechanics were not easy. I hated the experience of doing that mechanic with the Houndsmaster more than anything else in my entire life. There's nothing in my life I hated more than the Houndmaster fight where I had to line up, I had to soak that arrow blast as a rogue by myself with Veil of Shadows, and it wasn't like the old Veil of Shadows, old Cloak of Shadows. Cloak of Shadows used to be really, really, really good when it came out in what's it called, Wrath Lich King. That's the last time I used it in a way. I'm talking about the Uncorrupted, Voidwing is the AOTC reward, as well as being able to be dropped from Mythic or Heroic N'Zoth kills. Yeah. I got out my Mythic run. Because our guild rolled for mounts. I think that one went to everybody who was there, though. So I think everybody got that. I'm pretty certain everybody who was there got that thing. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that went to everybody.
Ishnu Allah.
Which, hey, that's good.
Del
Be
Madris.
with you.
I want shoes. You see, I got some shoes. Let's go up here. Dude, I went to... Well, yeah, because I didn't even think about it.
Elun Adore.
I didn't know what dropped on Heroic versus dropped on Mythic, okay? I just knew it dropped on Mythic. And when it dropped on Mythic, I was like, oh yeah, this is the Mythic mount, isn't it? That was where my brain went, okay? Like, oh yeah, this is simple. This is just the Mythic thing. That's fine.
My goods are of the highest quality.
From Raden! We had to have everything. It's part of the reason why I hated doing it, because you had to have everything. Yeah, if it was an upgrade, you better have it before you came to raid. If you got it from the raid, then you had to get it in the raid. But yeah, Raden, when he got fucking gripped and ripped apart in the raid, that was rough. Felt bad for Raden. I can't even remember what they're freaking called anywhere. Hold on. What were they even called? Ever since I found his ass at the bottom of that Mogushan fucking power vault. And I had 100 chances to beat him. I always felt bad for his little boy body. Let's see here. What was it even called? I'm looking him up right now. Blah, 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 blah. Did I? I don't think I did. Wait. Use for this weapon. Wait, doesn't he only drop like a... Wait. Am I losing my mind? Doesn't he drop fist weapons? Or am I losing my mind? I don't remember. I looked it up real quick to see what you're talking about because I couldn't remember if I had gotten this or not. Last time I got invested in the items that I was getting out of a raid, personally invested, was when I was gearing up for when I was gearing up in Firelands. No. I think I still remember going ham bone in what was it? In the oh snap, the raid on Orgrimmar. Getting geared up in raid of Orgrimmar was something else I got really invested in for a little while. So that was probably the last time I got seriously invested and actually remembered a lot of the loot that I got. So I don't think I might have gotten those swords. I don't think I did because I don't remember them. Why will I be safe from Rika during Christmas? I don't want to be safe for Rika. I want to be with Rika on Christmas. What the hell, dog? What the hell, dog? I don't want to be safe. What the hell? That's the opposite, bro. Bring his head. He resides in a nearby cave. Blah, blah, blah. Take up arms. Sacred Forest Druid. Crown of Earth. There's another moonwell southeast of the entrance to Damascus. So down here. And the Relics of Awakening. To those ready to bring them the Garlpine. Invaders have been seen ravaging Balthel Barrow Den to the west. Okay, so I need to be going over here, I think. Oh, true. Big true. Hit her with snowballs. Sure, what's what? I just encourage the action. Don't raise from last year. I have 700 snowballs armed and ready. Ah, jeez. Yeah, you just ask Rika. I was a sweaty little raider for a good while. I think the last raid... No, I remember the last time I cared about gear I got. I even made memes during this time when I was raiding. It was during Shadowlands, the very first part of Shadowlands, when I was going into Castle Nathria. Right before I quit, we started... at the end of the heroic progression, there was those two gargoyles. Now, those two gargoyles... Nathria is such a good raid. I still love listening to... Denathrius' lines during phase 1 when he goes like what is it? I can't remember what he said. What does he say? He says your hubris will be your downfall. Man, I love that. It's so good. Like all that kind of shit when he picks you up. I love that shit so much. It was so cool. It was a class act in role play, a boss being super RP focused. Like in everything he says, everything he does. He doesn't just say like stupid little lines like "I'll crush you," "I'm going to kill you," "Your bones shall be shattered." Like that kind of shit is like hella lame for a final boss to say. But he's like fully into the uppity little judgmental hoity-toity vampire role. And I loved it. I like the goofy boss dialogue, but I like it better when it's like hyper in character boss dialogue, like what you get from what's called Denathrius from Castle Nathria. He's so good. I love those lines so much. What was the other thing he said? Like one of he says another line that I really like. It's something about like something will hold you down, or weighs you down. It's like your ego or something like that. He says something about that. It's something that holds you down as you're like slowed if you have too many stacks as you're trying to get to him. He's just such a cool fight. I love that fight. No matter how difficult it was, I always thought that fight was a trip, and I loved it. I could wipe on that all night and have fun. Just because I love the dialogue so much in that game. Here we go. But yeah, no, the two gargoyle bosses, like the twin bosses, if you guys ever seen it was a bit of an older meme now, but it's like got a fish, and he's like it's kind of like it's an actual picture of a fish, and it looks like he's kind of looking out past this little piece of paper at someone out on the outside of his tank, and your hubris amasses a debt you cannot pay. Your vanity will cost you everything. What was the other thing? He it says something about holding you down as well. There's another one there. But the two guys there, they had this move called at the early parts of progression, there was a spell that they could cast where it would throw a giant scythe at the group, right? And it was called Wicked Blade. Wicked Blade would be targeted on somebody, and that person needed to be away from the party when it was cast. Otherwise, and they like casting it on melee people. So if you're a person who was in melee and they cast Wicked Blades and you stood in melee, guess what? Wicked Blades would ricochet to everybody within a certain range, doing AoE splash damage on impact. This could quickly, instantly wipe out your entire melee group. So what would happen is that you got it, you're supposed to run away, and that was fine. The amount of times people stood in melee with Wicked Blade made me want to headbutt my monitor. So much so that I took the picture of the what's it called? Of the little what's it called? The little fish looking out his tank, and it's saying on the sign that he's leaning around, it said, "Do not tap on glass. When you do, I bang my head against I bang my head on the glass, and if I keep doing it, I might die. Thank you." And when I change it to, it says, "Please do not stand in melee with Wicked Blades. When you do, I bang my head against the computer screen. If I keep doing it, I might die." And I always spammed it whenever someone stood in stood in melee with Wicked Blades. It's always easy when you're the hypermobile person to yell at people who are not mobile. I have a grappling hook and sprint. If I want to just get away with something, I'll leave. You want to talk about completely busted balance, though. Nathria, Jesus, I hated shamans and druids during Nathria. Their DPS was horrifically busted. They were out there topping charts just by pushing 2 buttons. They were like, druids were out there convoking, instantly erasing enemies, doing stupid high DPS from convoke alone. And then you have people out here, you have your shamans out here who have like massive burst through. I can't remember what their thing was that was causing them to have massive burst. They had like crazy psycho amounts of burst that was causing them to just murder. Ooh, this might be the end of it, folks. If I wasn't too good at this game. It's a soak, guys. It's a soak. Are they still coming? They might be. Okay, they're not. The mist hit saves your life. Yes. Yeah. That does suck. Is that a treasure? I thought it was a treasure chest. Oh, there is a treasure chest in there. I have to find a way in there. No, don't do it. You scumbag. But he did pull in a way that I wanted. Alright, sit here for a little bit. You scumbag. runtime. Like a movie, it's runtime. If I don't hit him, I'll be able to get away. Yep, I got away. It's easy to get away if you're not an idiot and you keep attacking. If you keep attacking, you're going to die. Need to get up there before those guys respawn, though. We're going to try to make him run that way. If I look like this, he might run away from me into that wall. He's driven past me. He has to walk past me in order to get anywhere. And I'm just good at this game. What can I say? I know all the ins and outs. Letter opener, huh? Tough jerking be gone. It's like a copper each. There you go. Dude, I'm like losing it. I've never done this area, so I'm like, I keep looking at stuff I need to do, and I don't know where to go. And instead of just paying attention and reading, I'm not doing it because I'm so used to just running in places I think I know where I'm going to. That was worse than I thought it would be. I pulled like the entire camp. There we go. Let us see. I got some stuff done here. Please, I can't skin you. What am I looking for over here? This is... Invaders were sent ravaging Baratho Den. East. Am I really done with this area, guys? Have I been stupid this whole time? You can say. Have I been stupid this whole time? Twisted Hatred. Satyr. He's north of here in a little tunnel. Have I really been stupid this whole time? Sadly, I've not been able to retrieve it from my dresser at Starbreeze Village. Okay, there is something at Starbreeze Village I have to grab here still. I was just running around killing people for no reason. I need to find which house is hers, and then go into its little house and look for the dresser. There it is. Give me it. Let's get out of here. Alright, we're getting out of here, fam. We're doing great. We're doing wonderful. I gotta find more dead cats. Nothing out there. Nothing out there. Hope you guys are having a pretty chill night. I hope so, at least. Hopefully you guys enjoy having this kind of experience. This isn't like, this is not too boring or anything for y'all. This is like something I used to do all the time, was I would actually just start an ult just to go around and do the levels again. Oh, ha 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 ha! Seems like it sucks to be you, Zen. What you get for embracing the nightmare. Foul trickery, you embrace the nightmare. You're a bad guy, not me. What is a thing that you wish they would do with a class in WoW? Zombie. Or Dextra. Like, think of classes that you played as. What's a spec that you think that would be cool for them to have added to a class, or they could have changed a spec to, that they never did, and you know they never will, but you think it would have been really cool if they would have done? So, like, just a theoretical class. It could be anything. If you can think of it, just tell me about it, and we can see if it sounds good. I'm open. I'm open to it. Get that there, get that there, that there, that there.
Go in peace.
If there's one I can tell you that I thought would always be cool, because this was originally what it was supposed to be, but they stopped doing it, was the... Follow me. The, you know how there's a Holy and Shadow Priest, right? And then there's the, what do they call them? What's the third spec for Priest? It's like, it's where they get to put all the shields and the resistances on people.
Greetings.
You know what I'm talking about?
Does
Does this make any sense? Am I making any sense when I say that? It's the third spec for priests. It starts with a D, I think. Not divination. What's it called? It's called discipline. A discipline priest. Discipline priests were originally going to be tanks.
Greetings.
They were going to be a cloth tank.
Good luck, friend.
They were going to use shields. Like the shields they could cast themselves were going to be have a lot more health and last a lot longer. And they were going to be able to equip the shield, and they were going to be able to do a bunch of other cool stuff. But they ended up obviously not doing that. But I always thought that that would have been such a cool thing to do. Then again, I always thought it'd be cool to have like a tank of each armor type, using different things to raise their mitigation to be equivalent to plate, and then just having different mechanics. The fact that in Burning Crusade they allowed druids to become tanks was good, but it was probably the worst thing they could have done to warriors was the way they did it. The way they did it just made druid tanks strictly better, and no one wanted to play a warrior tank because they suffered from a bunch of other stuff that, guess what, druids didn't suffer from. So it always sucked to be them. Ah, yes. The call to battle. Let's get our druid training.
What brings you here?
They have nothing for me because I'm not level 8 and I'm brain blasted. Alright. Let's head up here. Head to the north to that little cave back there. I'd probably level up faster if I was focusing more on what I was doing, but I've been like distracting myself, which is fine. That's fine. I'm doing it of my own free will. But I've been thinking that I am leveling really slow. Like, this is nowhere near where I would be. And all these purples and blues are actually making me tired. Like, these purple trees, they're doing nothing for me. And this dark shade, I feel like I'm leveling slower because my brain is turning off from the color palette. It's all these cool colors. Now, this is better. This is more lively. I like this. It looks muggy, hot in here. I like this. A rascal sprite. This looks like it's just a recolor of the Burning Blades Cave, so I should just go to the right. Yeah, this is the way to go. Yep, this is a recolor. Here we go. There's a little waterfall with a little grass in it. I always thought it'd be cute. There's some fishies in there. And also, did you know that that waterfall leads into a pit that never fills up? Isn't that crazy? the poodoo. Yeah, we agreed. We all agreed. See, I always wait. This is one thing I always do. In every single group I ever first join, I see how do they handle random drop loot like that. Are they going to do this go badly? Alright, we gotta focus now on this thing. You gotta get me healed up, bro. Kill him. Let's focus down targets. For real. That was hella close. Okay. Get that going. Jiminy cricket on a biscuit, that was rough. Almost died there, chat. Crazy. That was crazy. Yeah, Thegrill. There we go. Let's get the heck out of here. It really was. Almost died there, guys. Do you see that? Dude, that was low shit. There we go. Got him. We did it, chat. We survived. We're making it out of there. We got out of there alive, chat. We made it to the far side of hell. I got a mace I can't use. It does look kind of cool because it's a flanged mace. That's got more flangs than it does mace. Yeah, buddy. We survived. The hardest times, the toughest times you ever done Dead Sea. First aid trainer, Patooey. Let's go upstairs and let's go to this guy right here. And we're gonna sell some things like this. And we're gonna keep that for something we can make maybe later. Who knows? A shafala. A shafala. Oh yeah. Sorry, I can't help myself. Sometimes it just happens to me. The mood strikes, and then I get struck back.
Farewell.
Oh, wrong guy.
Del Madres.
Sorry, I meant this.
May
Twisted
the
Hatred.
stars guide you.
And I got a pick. I want the leather bracer.
Good luck.
Wonderful. Equip that. Wonderful. Now I got more armor on me. Wonderful. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I know Allah. Allah.
Feel free to browse.
Dude, I am. I'm
Goodbye.
browsing. I'm browsing for days, boy. Yeah, oh man. Um, I think the first game that made me really cry. Let me think about that. What's a game that made me really cry? Ooh. Um, I remember the first time I really cried over any media. It was a manga that I had, and this manga I had was called. Oh man, I can't remember this now. Dang it! It was basically okay. So it was very simple premise. Okay, basically it's a boy and a girl. They're of high school age, right? The issue is that the girl early on in the story she gets injured in some way, pretty badly. She gets taken up by the local hospital, and the local hospital has a visit the local from the military. The military is trying to find somebody who they could use for an experiment, and her injuries are bad enough that they um, save her life from this. I think it's a car accident. They save her life, and the what they do is they turn her basically into a like a mecha type thing. Like she gets
Hello.
um like she gets some enhancements, right? But it's very much not a good
Alone
thing
light your
because they require her to come by every so often, where they slowly but surely keep adding more and more and more to her body. So they start changing everything about her, surely, but like surely, slowly but surely. And over time, she ends up having less and less and less human parts. Um, there becomes a big war that breaks out, and you find that that's why they're doing it, is they're going to use her as a weapon against them. And she does fight in this battle and whatnot. And the whole time, she's just trying to grow closer to this boy who she likes and who they were going to school with, and tries to go on on dates stuff like that with him, and just nothing's really working out because the world around them is slowly going to hell in a handbasket. Like the war is getting really bad. And they never focus on the war, but for a couple chapters when she's out at war. Um, and the it ends. The ending is where I cried really hard. It didn't help that I was listening to a song from the Seatbelts. It's was the name of the song? It was a song. Oh my god, let me see if I can find it real quick without my phone dying. Is my phone's about to die? Oh, my phone died. Dang it. Um, but the song was perfect for what was going on. Um, and they were they go out together. They try to run away, and during this time, they finally make good on their relationship. I'll say vigorously, but at this point, she's barely a human anymore. Like she does still have certain parts of her that are still a human, and obviously they're those parts. But the thing is that they're not connecting anything. There's nothing there. There can be no outcome of this relationship they're having. It's just that they're only now are they ever able to be close to each other because she keeps getting pulled away to do this other stuff. And it's such a sad moment because it is a fruitless endeavor that they're engaging in. And not only that, within the next couple chapters, right after this event, they take her back to the military base. Kaiser come back and they do what their final thing is, which is that they just take her mind and they plug it into this giant warship. And use her as like an artificial intelligence effectively to control this massive warship they put out into space, which at that point is just designed as an arc to take them away from Earth. And she comes down and she picks up the one person who she loves because it didn't have enough time to be manned with any crew. It didn't have enough time to have any of the food or provisions or anything else brought onto the ship. Only thing she can do for the person she loves is come down, have him get aboard, and rescue him from the nuclear hellfire that's going to consume the entire planet. And he goes up there with her as the world is completely destroyed down below. But it's you know that there can be no good outcome to this still because there's no food on the ship, there's no water on the ship, there's nothing on the ship but him and her, and they can spend their last hours or last days with each other, away from everything down on Earth and all the things that try to keep them apart. And that's all. That's how that ends. And it's like, oh man, I loved that manga so much. It's so good. Let's see, Mystics and find the Mystic Jewel. Where are they at? June Blast. Let's see where they at. Gnarlpine's Mystic, north of Starbreeze. Oh, I still gotta go back to Starbreeze. I was over talking about a good manga, and I lost it. I got lost. Where am I even? Yeah, no, it was. I love that. That was the first one that ever made me cry. But the first game that ever really made me cry. Let me think about that. It's a game that really made me. Oh, I know. Grandia 2 actually was the first game that made me open face bawl. It's just because of the emotion conveyed in some of the lines later on, for when a certain character has to confront some of who they are and what they are. Oh man, the way the lines are conveyed and the way that scene is set up, I cry because it's like, man, you're challenging the very core of what you are right now. Damn, that's tough. They also present it like you have multiple choices at the time, like you could say pick multiple options. But I at that time was as a kid, I was doing all the bad options because I was angry because of an event that happens just before that, and I was picking all the things that you'd want to do, and like your character is like he feels those emotions very raw, and when they feel the emotions so raw, it's like damn, yeah, 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 but you know you shouldn't. It's just a really really cool scene. I can't wait till we get there in the game. It's gonna be so good. I just love that game so much. I love Grandia 2 so much. I think it's got really good voice acting. I love the gameplay of the game. I don't think it does. It doesn't waste your time messing around. It lets you just play without wasting your time. Which I thank that game so much for not wasting my time. Anyone else understand what I mean? Like, there are some RPGs that they want to clutter you up with as many random fights as possible. They want you to do 100 different things all the time, and they really don't care how much of your time they waste, because that's not their concern. Their concern is strictly with making you play the game as long as it can make you play it, because they want to say the game is a long game. Get blasted, nerd. Right after I kill this thing, I'll do it. Not doing it before. Get yours, I'll get mine. We'll meet in the middle. This is bad. You're dead. Dude. Dude, don't die. Dude! Okay, that was a little crazy. There we go. Moving along now that I didn't die. Not even a little bit. Right, Scabby Dingus. Let's see if we can't cast this on you. Come on, nerd. Get rid of these fools. Get rid of these fools! Okay, enough of that garbage. As long as he doesn't run away, we'll be fine. Dude, they spawn real fast. Holy guacamole. Get him! Yeah, yeah! Get the hell out of here. Yep. Got him. Easy peasy. This Uwu clan. Very powerful. There we go. There we go. Out of there. Alrighty. Let's get the hell out of here. Got it. There we go. Easy, easy, pleasy, cheesy, wheezy, zeezy, beezy, leezy, cuffleezy, measy, roreezy, heezy, belleasy, seezy, 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 easy. Y'all wish it was that easy. It's just so easy. Yeah, we're making the chess piece. We're making the chess piece. I do think I like some of the stuff they did with later crafting, especially with the crafting rework they did recently, in which you have like access to, when you have let me rephrase that, where you have the ability to, if let's say you do like a red, something that's orange, an orange crafting, right? You can perform it. It's gonna not be guaranteed success, right? That's what it means in classic. And you may have to retry. Here's the thing. In future one, if you do something that's orange, you do it and you get more levels from doing it than if you just did a yellow one. So it might be worth 2 or 3 levels if you succeed with an orange one. Very nice. I do like that a lot. Oh man, we're already at 3.5 hours. Jeez Louise, chat. I'm playing for a little while. I'm still not at the start area because I'm out here just literally dragging my face around. Let's get this done.
Farewell.
Equip that.
How may I help?
Sell that. Sell that. Sell that. There we go. Much better. Gil Nautilus. Quest upstairs, isn't it? It is. I don't think I could take going back to that Starshite village one more time. I think if I go there again, I might just have to scream. Starshite. There's something about old WoW that even no matter how old it's gotten, it still has the appeal. It still is fun to play. Alright. Now we get out of here. Go to the ambushers. Alright, let's see here. Players are seen ravaging Valinor Barrow to the west. Okay. Let's go down to the barrows. Let's see what's down there. Big yawns from the cats. Big kitty yawn. Whoa! Rika Raid! Hello, Raiders. How are you? Yes, I've been playing for 3.5 hours. Yes, I'm only level 8. No, I have not died. I've just been super ADD and not be able to focus. But welcome all raiders. I know that sometimes it can be difficult to go from raid to raid, long streams into another stream. If you're tired, feel free to take a rest. If not, if you don't want to go ahead and leave, stick around. Watch what we're doing here. We're just playing WoW right now. I was let everybody pick early on in the stream whether or not I was going to play what class and what was going to go on and whatnot. The thing is, with this class, as we start to level up, I will only be using balance on him. So I won't be using any of the access to any of the, like, I won't be like changing shapes. I won't be doing any of the cat or bear stuff. I'm just going to be blasting. That's what I'm doing with this guy. If I die, it's over. My dude cannot revive. I will be a spirit for eternity. Keep that in mind as we move along this unforgiving land. But I hope you guys had fun. Rika, what'd you do? How'd you have fun with your game? Oculus, I'm always Rika's husband. I'm just your High Lord. Here we go. You screamed a lot. Why are you screaming so much? What's making you scream? Aww. Pikmin go burr as they get thrown inside the blender. Yeah, we were playing this, and we would talk about everything from why I think classic WoW is kind of timeless, and to everything else in between. I need to figure out how to get down there, I think. The corrupted acorns, chat. I'm trying to get down here because there's like a barrow, I think, down here that I need to get to. Uh-oh, I've been engaged by a cat. Let's be smart. Fight one cat, not three. It is beating my butt. You're gonna hit me that many times. Go ahead. At least hurt yourself while you're doing it. There we go. Got him. Gotta skin him. Yep, I'm leatherworking on this druid. What's down here? Big tree? I found a pool. This isn't what I wanted to go to. This is kids' pool. I'm looking for adult swim. But yeah, you guys just missed it. We were talking about what was the game that we last played, or the first game you played, that made you cry. The first game that you played that made you cry. And I said it was probably either Chrono Cross or Grandia 2. I'm going to say probably Grandia 2 was the first game that made me cry. And we're getting there. We're still a good bit ways off, but the part that made me cry is still to come. And it's really sad. Because, like I said, it's such a raw emotion. Like it's all voice acted during that time, and the voice acting is really good in the game. And it is a tough question, Rika. It is. It's such a tough. It's like it's such a raw. The voice acting is really good in the game. So when they voice act this scene, it's like really the guy is really conveying how raw the emotion is. Because you're being presented multiple questions, and these questions are kind of really challenging who the character is. Like who they are at their core, like what are their motivations and all that kind of stuff like that, and it hurts them to answer the questions. It's multiple questions, but if I ask what the questions are, it's super spoiler. So I'm gonna wait until we get there, and then after we get there, I'll talk about them. What's the first one you remember crying to? Breath of the Wild is a good one, but what was the first game you played that made you cry? Underneath the fronds of this glowing plant is a large round fruit. Yeah, let's take it. We're here, might as well take it. Why did that make you cry? Let's see here. I know. I know what you're talking about. It's because it feels very lonesome and like wistful. If I die here, chat, it's all over. Pray for me. Halo 3 is a really good one. All those flashes of Cortana, of her telling you that you should leave her. You should abandon your one ally that you've had this entire time. Who's become more to you than just your friend. Man, hell nah. We ain't leaving her behind. You know the biggest bungle? Oh, Johnson? Yeah. Yeah. He even get to finish his line. I think they cut him off mid-sentence when he dies, don't they? Damn monitor of installations. Guilty spark my guilty ass. I think it's here, but I think I'm on the wrong side of this. Come on, I gotta get into the cave. Yep. Filter, bring it back to... Well, we're about to come all the way around, so we might as well go to Dorlinar. But yeah, I think there's a lot of really good games out there that can really get emotional for you. And, there's been a few games that have gotten me here and there. I will say, like, the ones that have really made me cry, I will say, have been... It was, Grinding 2 really got me. Chrono Cross got me. What was another really good one? Final Fantasy 14 got me. That one did. What else was another one? I played a few of the games I've cried to in front of Rika. I don't know if she remembers any of them. Village Bridge. There you go. Yeah, it just feels really wistful and like it longs for something. There we go. Wait, what the heck? I thought I needed to come back here. I have the vial. Oh, it's because it's not here, it's down there. Oh, no, there's a lot of really good games that came out that really hit you where it hurts, and it loves to do it. It wants to do it again. It wants to know your location so it can come into your house and make you cry. It wants to let you know that no matter what, you're gonna cry by the end of this one. And then the cloak. After that, we're just making armor kits, boys. Good. We're suited.
Free to browse.
Beautiful.
Goodbye.
Gears of War 3, Mass Effect 3. Mass Effect 3 is a really good one. Depending which ending you get, it can be really just a really good ending in general. There was a space game that I was thinking of. Homeworld gets me in a weird way. That's a good one. That just like, oh my god. Well, it would make sense that the third games would get you just because of the fact that they are usually the end of a big thing. I know Homeworld 3 be coming out, bro. I don't know how I feel about Homeworld games now, though. Ever since after the first one, like they kept what's her face, the person who's locked inside the machine, as like a central figure. I don't know about that because like in the first one, it made a lot of sense, and the story made a lot of sense, and now she's just becoming like this revered godlike thing, and I don't know. Unless they do something really good with it, it just feels unnecessary for her to still be so central to a story. It's pretty good, though. We could do it. Oh my god. Dude, they're instigators, bro. Dude, they're all instigators, bro. Got him. Oh, warriors of the night, assemble! She said it like she meant it. Oh, is that it? Is that the barrow? Not the barrow. Maybe it's over this way. Oh, there's the barrow, or the hollow. We found it. We fell into it, quite literally. There's 2 entrances to the hollow? Ooh, this is dangerous. Get him. Good. I gotta be careful here. What's this guy doing? He's just getting in there. He's just ready to die. That's right. That's right. But yeah, I think that the discipline priest, as it was supposed to be when the game was being in development originally, before release, was really cool in that you had a effectively what was going to be a priest tank. It was going to be quite literally, my faith is my shield. That was super cool, I thought. It was a really cool idea. What does that say? Is that person back there? Angel? I don't think this is the guy I'm after. This is the guy I'm going to kill. Get him. Got him. Drink up and get down. Getting down to clown. I just want to pull them both, that's what I'm worried about. With that guy over there not coming over here to help at all, I can't really truly draw him out. Let's see if I can't just face pull. Bro. Damn it, that didn't work. I know what I gotta do. I'm not considered outside. Let's get the ambusher to keep following me, because he has a dot on him, so keep following me. Whereas the other guy will drop aggro. Oh, man, I forgot they changed how leashes work now. It used to be what I did right there would have been just fine. but they've changed it now, so leashing only is effective, kind of. Good. All right, that worked. So leashing has changed a bit in current WoW. It used to be that you could leash for eternity, like endless distance leashing, in Classic WoW, but because people were just using that as a way to grief in Classic WoW, they were like, okay, well, what we'll do is we'll change it so leashes are more like this on current. And by doing that, well, you saw what just happened. It used to be as long as they were taking damage, they would keep chasing you. So if you were trying to run away, hitting something was the worst thing you could do, because it would keep resetting their aggro. Got him. Easy. Let's go this way, and we'll pull this guy, and this is my last ambusher. Don't think I have enough room for everything to do. I'm just not getting any luck when it drops to dropping bags, though. Very bad luck on bag drops. You know what? I should eat my leaves, shouldn't I? These give me any buffs? Nope, they don't give me a well-fed, so that sucks. Run around this way. Just playing a little bit of WoW. Yeah. Oh man, how many flips can I do in a row? Dang it. One. I think it was 4. 4 is the most I've done there so far in a row. It's pretty good. You know what a weird game that always comes to mind whenever I jump around in a game a whole lot? I always think about this game. It is called Acrobat. It is a game from the Sega Genesis. I think it was also on the Super Nintendo. But it was a game in which you played as a bat from a circus, so you were a circus bat. And as a circus bat, you had a trampoline, and you could jump on trampolines. And you were on a trampoline, you could then start gliding around. And it was just a little 2D game, and I just remember it a lot. Acrobat. I thought it was a really cool game. Though the mascot for Acrobat looks a little bit like a Gooford.
Greetings.
Sell. I don't need that many of those. Sell. 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 I can heal. I don't need food. I just need more mana.
Gil Nadris.
Gil Nadris.
Ishnu Dal Diem.
Ishnu Dal Diem. Well, they sell bags, but I want to buy a bag. That just feels bad. There we go.
Friend.
Good luck, friend. Alright, that's good. Yeah, let's do it like that. Much, much better. Okay. We come down here, we're going to turn on the other quest we have. Raiders, I appreciate all Raiders. If you guys would like to refresh your screens, it'll make you count as an actual viewer. Like, Twitch has this little thing where when you raid in, if you raid in and you watch the person you're raiding, they don't count you. You don't count at all if you come in on that raid link. It's one of the silliest things ever. And I'm going to try this. I'm just going to ask if you can to hit the refresh button. But yeah, what is this that he gave me? Fill the amethyst vial from the Oracle Glade Moonwell. And I wouldn't ask if I wasn't so painfully close to affiliate. Once I get to affiliate, you guys don't ever have to worry about doing that again. Oh man. What's your guys' favorite dog? You know what? Oh, better yet. No. Forget that question. Better yet. Do you know what I saw? I saw a dog. I saw a corgi. This corgi there was a thing with these police officers trying to pull this guy over. This guy jumped out of his car and started shooting at the police. Well, after the resolution of this incident, these police were like handcuffing this guy, and as they're handcuffing this guy, this corgi, this is on the side of a highway, right? So like neither one of these, the cop nor the driver, this is not their dog. A corgi comes running down the they were down the off ramp and just on the underpass. There's a little sidewalk there. It comes running down the sidewalk towards the police officer and the guy on the ground, and like it's just standing there staring at them both. So you have this. Oh, I made a mistake probably. But you have this corgi that just running up to these police officer, looking at him as he's like arresting this guy, like being but like 2 feet away from him, just like looking at him and doing the corgi bark. It was the most random thing I've ever seen happen when it came to dog moment. It was a certified dog moment when he showed up like that. Brain dead, dumb dog moments. Get him. Perfect. Need to skin this. Now I'll ask, what's your guys' favorite dog? What's the favorite dog you've ever had? My favorite breed of dog that you've ever had. Not your favorite breed of dog, because I don't think that really counts. Anyone can say like, oh, dude, I love the Malamute. I love a Cane Corso. See, there you go. Blue knows what I'm talking about. He's got his little Australian cattle dog, and he love him. My favorite kind of dog has to be Labrador, Black Labs. I love them. They're just big gooberts. Yeah, Black Labs are like my favorite, definitely. Oh, I thought I'd get another flip in. Yeah, I've had 2 Black Labs that are purebred Black Labs that we've had when I was in with my family down in Florida. We had one that we rescued from these people who were somehow capable of making a lab. These are water dogs. They swim. They go for duck that are in water, things like that, right? They took these dogs. They did this dog and made it terrified of the water. How do they do that? They would pick him up and they would throw him into the pool, and they would keep throwing him in the pool again and again and again, over and over again, until he didn't want to be near a body of water. We had a river, a creek in our backyard, and he would not go in it. He would go up to the edge of it, and he would drink the water, and then he would run away. He did not like water. And we rescued him from them. We were like, listen, we're either gonna call animal protection or you're gonna give your dog up, because what you've done here is unbelievably cruel. And they were like, we didn't say it in those words, but we basically said that to them. We made it pretty clear what they did was unacceptable and they were going to get in trouble for it. And so they gave over the dog to us. And he was purebred Black Lab. They had the papers and everything. They gave him over to us and everything to our care, because they also didn't let the dog outside ever, so he pooped inside all the time. So he was just a menace. But we treated him really well. We taught him how to use the bathroom outside. All this other stuff. He became a very, very, very loyal, good dog. One of my dad's favorite dogs he's had for a long time. And what we always do with our dogs is we usually allow them to have one litter of puppies, and that's it. One litter of puppies, then you're neutered. One litter of puppies, then you're spayed. That's basically what we always do. And that's what we did with this dog. And well, we also kept one of these puppies. And this puppy that we kept was Astro. Astro is still alive, though his father, Jason, has passed long ago due to abdominal cancer that we had no idea he had until it was so big, apparently, that it was like pressing on his lungs. Like, you couldn't have told at all from the outside that he was suffering. It wasn't until he was like having difficulty breathing, we took him to the vet to see what was going on, that we found out he had a cancer like larger than his head inside his abdomen. What? Stop running, bro! That was annoying. They were not good owners. Astro, though, he is also a big doofert, but he's also big now. Like, he's has really bad hip dysplasia, and he has a hard time standing up and getting up and moving around on his own. And because of this, he also now he just eats a lot, and he'll complain very loudly if you don't give him more food. So, like, my parents feed him, and then he'll just lay around after he eats, and then he'll complain really loud, and then you'll play with him while he's laying there and stuff, and he'll like that, and he'll be like, ah, ah, and he'll go outside. When you pick up his hips and let him stand up, he'll go outside, and he'll use the bathroom and stuff. But other times he has a hard time getting up. Sometimes he can't get up, and he just poops while he lays there, and he barks at you really loud to let you know something's happening so you can come help him. But otherwise, he just has a really hard time because he's very old. I think he's 14 years old now. He's just a very old dog, and he just can't move the way he used to. And my dad really, really, really does not want to put him down. Because obviously, my dad is also very old, and he does not like the concept of putting someone down just because they're old. So I completely understand, and I agree with him a lot. I don't think that's good. I think it should only happen when the only time anyone should be put down is when their pain is great, and he doesn't complain at all when you help him stand up. He doesn't wince at all. He just can't do it on his own anymore. He doesn't have the strength to pick himself up like that. So if you stand him up, he's fine. When he's laying down, it's just he can't do it on his own. So he needs you to pick him up. If you pick him up, he's happy as a clam. Oh no. This is the end, folks. We have to run. We're gonna save the... Oh, I can't save that. I don't even have it. I have to come down here too. This sucks. That might not be the way I need to go, though. Good. They stopped chasing me. Yeah, it's a hard conversation to have about our dogs down there in Florida, because my dad, he loves animals so much that even when one of them's probably better off if he were to let them pass, he really is against it. Takes it very personally because they're his dogs. He loves them. He doesn't want to see them go like that, and he's always been like that ever since he was young. He just doesn't want to see them go like that. Like I said, I get it. I get why my dad's like this. It's just... if he can't stand up on his own, if a dog can't stand up on his own anymore, and he needs just to stand up, he poops on himself if no one's there to pick him up when he needs to use the bathroom, because he can't really hold it anymore. What is his quality? I feel like he might be happy in the in-between, but those moments probably really suck. I don't know if putting him down is the best option, though, either. Maybe it's not? I don't know. I don't have an answer to that, really. We do have another dog that we rescued as well down there. We have two other dogs we rescued down there. We have a pit bull, and she was, that poor little pup dog was hurt really bad because someone ended up on our, we live on a really safe street down in Florida. It's a really good place to be. It's right next to a major elementary school that's really very popular and well funded and stuff like that. So we're in a really nice neighborhood. The problem is that people will drive through our neighborhood very quickly sometimes. And what they did here was they took this dog, they drove very quickly down our road and threw it at the back of their car. It was a pit bull, but it was probably a bait dog because this dog's back legs were all torn up from like bites, other things like that, and that we end up taking care of her, but she can't really see very well either because of other injuries she suffered. But she can't really see, so she'll be running around having fun, and then she'll be running over to where she hears you coming over to see you, and then she'll like see you when you're like 2 feet away from her, and she'll suddenly make at full sprint a sudden hard turn to try to avoid running into you. So I'm always afraid she's gonna wipe my dad out. My dad has a hard time standing up, and if that big old dog barreled into him, he wouldn't stand a chance. The other one is probably the most functional, though she's the biggest baby. It's her name's just Girl, because my dad didn't think they were gonna keep the dog, so he just called her Girl. And Girl wants to always be on the couch with him, and no matter how big she gets, she's like a whippet mix of some sort. But she's she's a little creature. And she doesn't want you to pet her until you've sat with her for a while, and then she'll start leaning over because she really wants you to pet her. But she doesn't want you to touch her when you first sit next to her. She wants you to touch her after she thinks you're cool. Until then, she doesn't want you to be near her. Come on. Let's fight through this. Bro. Illithor, bro. Bro, invite me, bro! Bro! Invite me, bro! Goth girls, hashtag goth girls. What is that I just got? Shaman Voodoo Charm, eh? Where is that at? Bring the Shaman Voodoo Charm to Aben in Dillada and have at this place. Discovered a way to separate sleeping druid spirits. You must help me, the Garpai Shaman. Okay. He's gonna kill these guys. Bro, just invite me. Why are you scum? This guy's being a scummy bummy. I'll just let him take on all the things I don't want to fight. Probably more than a few things I don't want to fight that he can fight for me. He's not going to. He's just here to clear out, isn't he? Oh, no. Maybe I'll get lucky. Maybe I'll get lucky. Maybe I'll get lucky, chat. Go. Come on. Damn it, they got it. Damn it. I really don't like being down in caves like this. It always sucks. It's always a big chance to die. Clubbed. Oh man, I'm over time. I'm gonna find a good spot. I'm gonna shadow meld, and then I'm gonna go ahead. We're gonna go start raiding off to someone else. I go right here on this bridge, right here. We're gonna. How long does it last? Last until you cancel. Okay, good. We shadow meld right there, and we're gonna go ahead into just chatting, everybody. Alrighty, guys. Thanks, everybody, for being here tonight. Appreciate you, Raiders. I love it when you guys show up. Hopefully you guys all had fun tonight with me playing WoW and all the stuff I rambled about, because I did do quite a bit of rambling tonight. That is for certain. If you guys want to see me again here, I will, of course, be here on Friday and Saturday. It's going to be 8 p.m. each of those days. And let's see here. What did you just even... There we go. Yes, there you go. Emote. But yeah, we're going to be here on Friday and Saturday. Friday, we're going to be picking up God of War. So if you want to see me play through God of War, we'll be here for it. I guarantee you we'll be here. It'll be 8 p.m. to 12 p.m. 12 a.m. What am I saying? That would be a really long stream. It was 8 p.m. 12 p.m. Jiminy Cricket. Let's see. Who are we going to raid tonight? Who's raidable? Who wants to get raided? Let's see who's on. Let's see here. Let's see here. Who's this? Oh, it's this guy. Here, I'm gonna raid this guy just because this is something that what's it called? That Rika always watches this guy whenever he does his stuff, because he does like news related things. And yeah, we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna get in there. We're gonna go ahead and raid this guy. Or maybe we shouldn't. Got a pretty big stream. I feel like, sure, let's not. Well, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's go here. Let's go to video producer. Your stream is live. I meant to hit the wrong. I hit the wrong button. I meant to hit this button. Damn, I can't click buttons anymore. Creator dashboard. There we go. Manage stream. It's live. Did you know? And then we're gonna go raid. We're gonna raid a channel based on something that Rika loves to see, because they're doing a watch party for a announcement for another streamer. Let's go check them out. Start that raid. We're gonna raid in really quickly here. This is not gonna be a very long lead into them. Hope you guys have a wonderful night. Thank you for coming by. This guy does a bunch of news, a bunch of stuff that people like. A bunch of stuff that Rika likes to watch whenever it comes to news on other streamers. Hope you guys have fun and see you around.